He got it, and the cue ball has stayed out. What a black to make his first maximum on tour. Chang Bing-yu with the 16th maximum of the season.
player, Asia's first ever champion of the world, is absolutely tremendous.
Oh, it's that time of year again. From Easter Monday for 8 epic days, all roads have led to the Crucible via the English Institute of Sport. We've had a little bit of everything so far, and now we come to Judgment Day Part 1. So much anticipation, so much expectation, and you will not miss a single beat of action. Good morning to Ken Doherty.
Morning.
Ken, disappointed that you're not playing in Judgment Day,
Yeah.
but that means we've got the benefit of your analysis and insight. It's been an amazing 8 days so far, hasn't it?
Absolutely. Fantastic scores, fantastic breaks, wonderful matches, really close matches as well. And it all comes down to this, holding your nerve because you're so close but yet so far away as well. And there'll be a lot of nerves this morning for sure with a lot of the players on the tables out there,
I love the spread of players who are involved across the 2 days. We're on Judgment Day Part 1 today, Part 2 tomorrow, 8 matches on each of the days, and the 16 go through. We'll clarify that in just a moment. We've got 10 players who've never been to the Crucible before, so potential 9 debutants because 2 of them play each other. We've got 2 former winners, 2 former finalists, and 3 former semi-finalists. Yeah. It's a great spread.
It's a wonderful eclectic mix, isn't it? Between the young and the experienced players in there as well. Yeah, there's some really exciting matches. And for those 2 guys who will be, they're playing against each other for the, to get there for the first time, what a match that is. I mean, it's probably one of the biggest matches that they'll play in their fledgling career, if not the biggest. So, excitement and nervousness, but some wonderful matches in store for us, I must say.
And you will not miss a single beat of the action. We've got a countdown clock because we're coming on 10 minutes earlier than we normally do to make sure that when we throw to the commentators, they get that big 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 moment. If you're not familiar with Judgment Day or how the qualification for the World Championship works, here is a quick clarification. It's fairly simple, to be honest. We have the best of the best already in the draw, so the top 16 guaranteed to be part of that draw, live on 5 Live just before 9 a.m. on Thursday morning. Neil Robertson will be helping me pull out the balls. So the best of the rest have come through a maximum of 4 qualifying rounds. It'll all finish here very late tomorrow night, or maybe 1 o'clock in the morning on Thursday morning. 8 winners from today, 8 winners from tomorrow, and then they will be drawn at random to play the top 16. And it really has been absolutely brilliant so far. Here are the matches to come. How about that, KD? Stuart Bingham against Matthew Stevens, former champion against former finalist.
Well, that's the pick of the matches for me this morning. So much experience there of the qualifier and of the Crucible as well. But yeah, 2 great players going head to head.
Aaron Hill against Dave Gilbert. I know you'll be so excited about your young compatriot. Yeah. He can't throw away a big lead, as he did against Gilbert in Judgment Day 12 months ago.
How ironic that is to play each other again, for a place in the Crucible. He was so desperate to get there. He is so desperate to get there. And, of course, he's playing against a man who got to the semi-finals there as well, Dave Gilbert, great player. But, yeah, he's playing well, Aaron Hill, so that's one I'll be keenly watching as well.
Then we've got the 2 debutants, or 2 potential debutants, Zhang Jun against Stan Moody, one of the biggest matches of both of their young careers. Noppon Samkam against Liam Pullen. Liam Pullen used to work with Peter Lyons, who had a good couple of wins this week, despite not making Judgment Day. Now he's down at Landywood. Massive match for him against Noppon.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I actually played on the table next to Liam Pullen. He was 5-1 down to Alfie Borden in that first match. Came back really, really well. He's playing good stuff all season, and he's up against a guy who's coming back to a bit of form as well, Noppon Samkam, and a lot of experience.
On to the second set of matches. Michael Holt, the hitman. How about this? Bidding to get back to the Crucible for the first time in 10 years against Zhou Yulong. Huge match for him. Jackson Page and Pang Junxiu have both been there before. And what do you make of Gao Yang? Jimmy had a commanding lead against him, but he managed to come back, and he came back against Tom Ford. Gao Yang, the amateur, could spring a surprise on Hussein Vafai.
Yeah, he's a wonderfully talented young player. Beautiful left hand hit, strikes the ball really, really nice. I watched a good bit of that match against Jimmy White and he held him's nerve together right at the end because it went right close, even when Jimmy needed a snooker. But he held himself together in the end. Hossein Bafai, watched a little bit of him. He looked like he played really well and is hitting the ball very, very sweetly. So, yeah, that's going to be a tough match to call, that one.
And finally, Anthony Kowalski bidding to make history for Poland by becoming his nation's first representative at the Crucible against Jamie Jones, who I think, and Dave Hendon confirmed for me just before we went on air, his run to Judgment Day has saved his tour card. It hasn't been a great season, but average seasons can finish very well with a run to the Crucible.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, and the pressure's off now. So once he's sort of saved his card, the pressure may be lifted off his shoulders, because that's tough. And he's playing a young man trying to make it to the Crucible for the first time, create history, but he needs to get to the Crucible to save his card. So what a pressured match that is for Anton Kowalski. But yeah, and he's up against a man with a lot of experience at the Crucible who's done really well there as well, Jamie Jones.
Yes, debut run to the quarters in 2012.
Yeah.
Now, we've had some fabulous breaks. We were very impressed when Ollie Sykes went 1-4-6. I think that was in the second round. But then somebody went one better. Chan Bing-yu securing himself a bigger check than anybody other than the two finalists with his second 1-4-7 of the season, but his first here. And that unlocked the 147k. What a bonus check. Doesn't make Judgment Day, but goes home with over 170 fat ones in the pocket.
It's not bad, is it? Yeah, he was delighted. Yeah, I mean, it's such a wonderful prize, isn't it? We saw, Jackson Page do it here last year as well, with two in the same match. That was history. And now, fair play to Chan Bing-yu. I mean, that's a wonderful return to form, return to the tour as well. And picking up a chip like that, well, that's going to really set him up nicely for next season as well.
And he's the second player to unlock the WST 147 bonus. The first was you-know-who, Ronnie O'Sullivan, in a blistering session of the semi-finals in Saudi Arabia against Chris Wakelin. Two 147s in the same session and two other breaks over 130. So Chan Bing-yu and Ronnie O'Sullivan are already quite wealthy men after their break building. And here's a reminder of how they did it.
Oh, and he got it, and the cue ball has stayed out. What a black to make his first maximum on tour. Chan Bing-yu with the 16th maximum of the season. What a moment this is. Ronnie O'Sullivan lights up the Saudi Arabia Masters with a magnificent maximum in the first frame. And this is the result.
140.
This is flair. This is aura. This is genius. Ronnie O'Sullivan for the second maximum to the The crowd can barely believe.
Well, they were amazing 147s, and we've got six potentially amazing debutants. Moody up against Zhang Jun, Liam Pullen. Great young performer, and he's come through some epic matches against Alfie Burden, Amir Sarkosh and Tepchaya Unnu. Aaron Hill down the bottom. KD will be keeping a close eye on that one. But what about Stan Moody, Ken, and this match against Zhang Jun? He is going really well. Massive pressure on his shoulders. He hasn't set the world on fire yet, but it's all going in the right direction for the youngster, isn't it?
Yeah, he's a prodigious talent. I've watched him over the last couple of years, and he's getting better and better. He's getting more confident. I think he already beat John Higgins this year as well, so that would have done him the world of good. But I think he's sort of growing into the game a little bit. He's got that little bit more experience. He's got that bit of swagger, that bit of confidence, and I tell you what, he's a really top talent, and he's going to be one to watch out, if not this year, over the next few years as well. And he's up against this young player as well. I mean, I know they had this wonderful match right on the black, but have a look at this for a pot. Look where the cue ball is, tight to the cushion, almost dead straight. I mean, this is cueing of the highest quality, just to drop this black in. And look at that. never touched the sides. It was fantastic. And what a finish to that match.
Amazing. And if it's half as good when they go toe-to-toe here in, less than a minute's time, then we're in for an absolute treat. Ken, there's such a sense of anticipation in the air. We can't wait, can we?
Absolutely. The car park is full. You know, they were queuing up when we were coming in this morning. It's going to be absolutely packed. The crowds have been brilliant, haven't they, over the last 8 days? And, they're all, anticipating the nerves and the great snooker that's about to unfold over the next couple of days. And it really is boiling up beautifully.
Right. You will be seeing and hearing Ken across the 2 days. I'll be popping up here and there as well. But two men anchoring us through every single moment. Here they go, Stephen Hallworth and Dave Hendon. And I tell you what, Hendo hasn't had 1, 2, 3 or 4 Weetabix. He's had 5 this morning. If it's ready to move, he's ready to commentate. Hendo Rooney, take it away, sir. Judgment Day cometh, and that right soon.
Thank you, good morning. The Crucible is 3 miles and 10 frames away for the 32 players taking part in these 2 Judgment Days. That hallowed venue is a theatre of dreams. The qualifiers, though, can be a place of nightmares. It's already been a dramatic 8 days. 127 players came here to the English Institute of Sport. Only 16 can progress to the first round draw. We're going to follow every twist and turn in what are 2 of the biggest days of the season. So welcome to the joy, the heartbreak, the drama of Judgment Day. And they were queuing up here an hour ago to get in. It's a big crowd for some big hitters. We're going to go through the 8 tables for you as we start our coverage, and then we'll be going to all the key moments. So this is, these really are big hitters. Stephen Hallworth alongside me, Stuart Bingham, Stephen a former winner, Matthew Stevens twice runner-up.
Yeah, good afternoon everyone. What a couple of days we've got to look forward to. 2 of the most exciting days on the tour, no doubt about it. And what a match, as you say, 2 vastly experienced pros here, and one of them is going to suffer a defeat in the final round, so agonisingly close to getting back to the Crucible. Stuart Bingham, of course, a former champion. Yeah, pick a winner at your peril for this one, because this is a tough one to call.
36 appearances between them, 18 each at the Crucible. Table 2, we're just going to go round each one just to sort of set it up for you. So table 2, of course, is a rematch from last year between Dave Gilbert and Aaron Hill. And it's been well documented what happened there. Of course, it was a great comeback from Gilbert to deny Aaron his debut, but I'm sure he'll use this as motivation today. And Fergal O'Brien in his corner will be no nonsense, won't he? Just beat him this year, I guess, is the advice.
Yeah, and Aaron's got to be considered as one of the best players to have never featured at the Crucible. Actually, now he's a real contender for, getting on deep runs in big tournaments. He's progressing up the rankings really nicely. He's a fantastic player on his day, and if he's ever needed inspiration to get the job done today, it was the sour memories of last year, how it ended, losing 10-9 to this man, David Gilbert. So chance for revenge today.
Table 3 is where we are guaranteed a debutant, because it's Stan Moody against Zhang Jun, who had a great win over Elliot Slesser in the last round. Of course, Stan, a young Yorkshireman, would love to walk out at the Crucible, but they all would. Zhang Jun, I think, is a very unorthodox player. He's not the quickest. He hits the ball really hard. There's some evidence there, but he's really good as well.
And I tell you what, the match they played in Barnsley a few weeks ago at the World Open qualifying was one of the wildest games of snooker you're ever likely to see. As you say, unorthodox is a word definitely used to describe Zhang Jun, and Stan Moody, one of the British hopes of the younger generation. Can he today find the level that most have been wanting to find from him for so long, and get to the Crucible? Could be the start of something very special for him.
And he's potted a ball and gone in off, so no dice there. Next table, table 4, Liam Pullen. Of course, he was Stan's great junior rival. They played in the World Junior Final 3 years ago, and he's had some great wins. This week he's beaten Alfie Burden in a decider, Amir Sarkar, Tepchairan, the World Open champion, and now another tie. The calm and the brilliant Nopin Sengham, who's looking to reach the Crucible for a 5th time.
I don't think it's been the best of seasons from Nopon, but as Rob mentioned at the top of the show, an average season can become a great season if you finish it at the Crucible, so plenty for him to play for today. But Liam Pullen, I think back to round 1, Alfie Burden, he was 5-1 down in that match. Alfie Burden has literally got the green off the spot from right behind it to go 6-1 and probably put that game to bed. missed the green. Liam came back, and here he is today competing in Judgment Day. It's amazing how things can change over the course of the week, and you're looking for those moments that maybe say that your name might be in the draw.
Yeah, I mean, if Pullen qualified, he would feel like he'd won a tournament.
Oh,
Anyway,
nice.
early stages of all these matches. Let's go to table 5, where it's Zhou Yulong and Michael Holt. They played in the shootout final 2020, but this is, let's just say, that a longer distance, of course, best in 19. Remember, they play 9 frames in this opening session. It's Michael Holt's 18th time in the final qualifying round. He's qualified 8 times, but not for 10 years. Practice partner yours, Stephen.
Yeah, and it's a big day for Michael. He's very downbeat on himself, actually. He has been for as long as I have known him, but he's playing some great snooker, and I think this season he's shown some, a real side to his game that perhaps went missing for the past few seasons. His temperament has improved. Okay, he lives and dies by the sword out there. He's a very expressive character, but it's a massive day for him today.
We'll move on to table 6, Pang Junzhu and Jackson Page. I think this is a bit of a clash of styles. Pang is quite methodical, and Jackson, we know from last year with the 2 maximums, likes an open game. It's just a question of whether for him it's going to work or not, because he didn't ultimately qualify last year. So I think if we can go, here we go, table 6, they're just getting underway, nothing potted here.
Now, Pang is a very tough player to play against, actually. If there's ever somebody that can disrupt your rhythm, it's him. He's very, very efficient at doing that, and he's a very, very good snooker player on his day. This is a tough match for Jackson Page, and a bit of a clash of styles, really. More measured approach from Pang, and the more flair, quick, fluent approach from Jackson Page. Who's going to cancel out the other?
He's a hard worker, isn't he, Pang? And has potted the first ball there. 2 more matches to show you before we settle on one of the tables. We'll go to table 7, then Hossein Vafai, Gao Yang. Gao Yang's come from round 1. He's beaten some big names. Jimmy White, Mark Davis, Tom Ford. Last year he beat Stephen Maguire, actually, in the penultimate round of qualifying, but didn't make it. So he's looking to book his debut. Hossein Vafai, of course, beat young Michal Shabarchek 10-2 in the previous round.
And by the way, how well did Hossein play in that match? I turned it on from the living room at home, and goodness me, his scoring was out of this world and showing us that sort of level that we've seen from him over the years, and he'll be a match for anyone at the Crucible. But Gao Yang, I've played him this season myself, and I was very impressed with what I saw. He scores very well. He's a nice, fluent player, still very young. So this could be a real tough one to call as well.
Okay, and finally, it's table 8 now. This is a really interesting story. Antoni Kowalski from Poland. He would be the first Polish player to play at the Crucible. But also, if he wins today against Jamie Jones, he'll keep his tour card. So it's double bubble. And I'll tell you what, if he does win, Kowalski, and doesn't give it the big one, then when can you?
And I tell you what, I will, give him as much credit as anyone will, because it's so tough out there. Without the fact that the tour card is on the line, just the thought of qualifying for the Crucible for the very first time, it's so close to all these players. But the fact his tour card is, in doubt, as Jamie's offered a little celebration to escaping that snooker there, to getting the crowd involved early doors. But yeah, massive, massive day for Antoni Kowalski. Famously said that he doesn't feel pressure. Well, we'll find out that today, won't we?
Yeah, well, everyone else does, so he'd be on his own. So that's set it up for you, and we're going to try and pick out the best moments as we go. Of course, there's a lot to keep across, but we're going to go to table 5, because Zhou Yulong's on a break here at 41. Played Judd Trump last year, who made 5 centuries against him in round 1. He has played 3 times at the Crucible. Got to the last 16 back in 2019, beat Mark Allen in the first round. Everyone's just trying to settle, aren't they? It's a long match, yes, but you want to... I mean, this round, it is huge. It's one of those 2 days that can define a whole season. If you can get through to the Crucible, who knows what you can do, because the World Championship is the tournament everyone watches. If you lose, then it might be a bit of a miserable summer.
Yeah, and also losing on Judgment Day, you've got a couple of days to gather your thoughts before the main event starts, and then you're going to be absolutely peppered with World Championship action, which, if you do lose, is the last thing you want to see. So that is another incentive to get through.
feels like he's sort of been left behind slightly by some of his compatriots when he sort of broke through initially. Won the World Cup with the Yanbing Tao. He was only 17. You know, you thought he might be one of the players to start winning other tournaments. It hasn't quite happened yet, but he's been in 4 finals, including the English Open this season.
51.
Now, it may be that red by the pocket is covering the one that he's closer to.
But similar to Michael's record, Zhou Yulong is still young, but he's gaining experience all the time. Got so much experience under his belt now in these big matches, and you know, he has to be considered as one of the next players to potentially win a ranking event for the very first time. He's been knocking on the door for a while.
Well, he's going to play the plant, and this is not guaranteed. Well, is he? He's having another think about it.
Yeah, this is a big shot, and he's not forced to play it. He's got a guaranteed safety, chipping off a red up towards the green corner pocket. Oh, that's a fabulous pot. It really is.
Yeah, and that almost feels like a frame winner. Obviously, he's now got to close it out, but that's a little hurdle he's got over. Beat Robbie McGuigan 10-3 in the previous round.
Well, you're looking to impose yourself early in these multi-session matches. Try and do as much damage to the scoreboard as possible in this first session. Tee yourself up nicely for the conclusion later on, and what better way to do that than to land a big break in the opening frame. Zhou Yulong now with the chance to do that. And it was really a bit of a statement of intent, that plant that he took on. It's the sort of shot that can make you look quite silly, actually, and you'll leave the world on for your opponent, but it was a fabulous pot.
Just needs a couple more to secure the first frame. They've actually played quite a few times. It's 6-4 on the head-to-head to Zhou Yulong. Of course, Holty remembers happily that shootout final. Ooh, but the black has not dropped, so that frame not done yet. We'll come back to see more of this, of course, in due course, but we want to keep across as much as possible. Table 4, Noppen Senkarm with the chance to win the first frame of the morning. Here he is, he's 64 in front, so in fact he's just about over the line here. Yeah, he will not, I mean, he's a lovely bloke, Noppen. He's not going to get caught up in the sort of romance of Liam Pullen's situation, of course. He's just trying to get to the Crucible himself. Solid win over Ricky Walden, 10-6 in the previous round. Okay, so Noppen Senkarm has won the first frame of the day.
63.
Ooh, Stan Moody with a chance to get on the board, nearly flute the pink. The thing is, and you know, Stephen, you've played in the qualifiers this week, the Crucible is such a holy grail, isn't it, if you've not played there before? And of course Stan's watched it and Liam's watched it, and they just want to be part of it. So, you know, what would be a pressure match anyway is magnified because of that.
Yeah, and that's why it was so important for an agreement to be made to keep the snooker at the Crucible Theatre, because it doesn't matter what age you are. These guys are young coming through. We've got Stuart Bingham, Matthew Stevens on table 1 today. Everybody wants to play snooker at the Crucible. It's as simple as that. And that's what's on the line for everyone today. There's going to be pressure out there. There's going to be a lot of balls missed. But as a player, you've got to allow yourself to accept that.
You can, of course, contact us throughout the day. And I think you can contact us directly, but maybe the best ways through the World Snooker Tour X page at WeAreWST. Where are you watching it around the world? I know we have viewers every year from various parts of the globe. Certainly, if you're watching in Poland, let us know. Anthony Kowalski, of course, trying to break new ground. There's only 20 nationalities actually represented at the Crucible in 50 years. Not that many, really, but Poland will be another one on the list.
8.
Zhang Jun, of course, trying to swell the Chinese contingent. Well, still early stages of this frame, but Hossein Vafai with a chance on table 7 to take the first there against Gao Yang. He's had a difficult season, early season. He had the shoulder problem, didn't he? And that definitely affected his results. But more recently, he's looked much better and got to the quarterfinals of the World Open and then played, as Stephen said, outstandingly in the last round. So he's always dangerous, I think, because he's a bit of a, as I say that, he misses the pink, of course he does, but he's a bit of a maverick, isn't he? He doesn't mind, you know, he doesn't mind having a word about various things, and can be quite hard to play. He beat Barry Hawkins there last year.
Yeah, wasn't it that match where he celebrated very early on in the match? Did it go the distance, that game?
Yeah.
He celebrated when it potted just a few balls, hadn't he? The break that eventually won him the match, which was quite a rogue thing to do, I suppose, but he backed it up and got the win in the end. So yeah, fantastic result, and that was a bad miss on the pink, really, because these reds are fairly spread.
Well, Gao Yang, of course, has come from round 1. He played Jimmy White, and there was a big crowd supporting Jimmy, as there always is. He beat Mark Davis, has relegated Mark Davis from the tour, beat Tom Ford. So 3 really experienced players he's beaten. He's only 21. Lost 10-9 last year to Lei Pei Fan, so just missed out on a debut. And of course, Lei Pei Fan played Corin Wilson, the defending champion, on day 1, and indeed beat him 10-9. He'll be up tomorrow against Ryan Day. Well, hasn't come great on this. So a little bit of work to do here, but let's go to table 2, because Aaron Hill and Dave Gilbert, I think this is a match a lot of people are interested in today because of what happened last year, and I'm sure all the viewers in the Republic of Ireland are watching it with great interest. He's just broken down, actually. He was on a break of 35 but lost position, but that's the situation, leading by 23.
And just to highlight how well this event is supported now, it's become its own event, really, hasn't it? The crowd in today, magnificent to see so many people getting behind these qualifiers, so many storylines on the line. It's an absolutely packed house in the Institute.
Okay, so this is a rather tense start here. As I say, Aaron Hill was in, but just couldn't keep the break going. Let's go back to table 3. Zhang Jun looking to win this frame, just hasn't quite got the angle he was looking for on this black, though. So it's round the houses, got to miss everything, and he's hit the brown. Well, he's pushed it safe, I suppose, with the lead he's got. His next best scenario.
Yeah, he beat Elliot Slesser in the previous round, didn't he, Zhang Jun? And that was a very impressive win. I think 12 months ago it was Elliot Slesser that arguably pushed the world champion Zhao Xingtong as close as anyone in the whole event. I remember Elliot saying he was looking around the room that day in the qualifiers and he'd have beaten anyone the way he was playing, but came up against someone very, very special. So that was a good win for Zhang Jun.
Okay, well, he's got another chance here, but Gao Yang, we were just watching, got back in, of course, after the fire missed pink, and this is coming up to key shot, really getting on this red. The black sort of wobbles a bit. Well, big early shot, this.
Yeah, he played that black pretty well, actually. He doesn't need to do too much with this red. The yellow is sat waiting over the corner pocket. Could just draw the cue ball back a few inches. Just make sure the red.
Zhou Yulong won that first frame, as we thought he would do against Michael Holt. Of course, Noppin Sengam as well. But can Gao Yang knock this in? Can he? What a shot!
Yeah, and it was just slightly awkward, wasn't it, for the left-hander. It just travelled on a touch, which made it so much more missable using the rest. That was a brilliant pot.
Well, it's only frame one, but this would be a great clearance to make, wouldn't it? Because the fire was bossing the frame till he missed that pink unexpectedly.
So this is the key shot now, you feel. Just get past that brown, 6 inches beyond it. And that's perfect. Absolutely perfect. He couldn't have played that much better.
Not had a great season. Best run was to the last 32 of the German Masters, but no one will think of that if he's at the Crucible. Needs these 4 colours then to steal the opening frame.
Yeah, his form seems to have increased quite significantly at the back end of this season, actually. He's looking like a completely different player now. I think one thing you can just tell is that he's been working really hard on the practice table. This will be a big first steal.
So Gao Yang then on the black in frame 1. Well, we promised you drama, and it's delivered already. What a terrific clearance that was. That will make him feel really good now. Then Anthony Kowalski looking to do the same here against Jamie Jones, who's just broken down. So there's 41 in it, still 59 on. He's just a little short on this next red, though. Just 22 years of age. 7-2 up to Joe O'Connor, beat him 10-8. And as I say, if he wins this match, this really is the biggest match he's ever played, because if he wins it, he's at the Crucible, yes, but he's also kept his tour card. One interested viewer might be Alan Taylor, because he would actually stay on tour through the 1 year list, Kowalski, and Alan Taylor's 4th on that. It's the top 4 who stay on, so he would go above him. I had that confirmed from Matt Hewitt from the WPUSA this morning, so I'm sure Alan will be keeping an eye on things.
That's always the case with these final few qualifying matches, isn't it? You know, and it's not just the players at the table that are under the cosh, it's the players that are sat at home watching and waiting for results as well. There's so much riding for all these players, particularly around that area in the rankings, you know, just below the cut-off at the 64 mark. It gets very, very nervy down there. So he's made hard work of this little visit so far, but most importantly for him, he's still at the table.
Good friends with Chris Wakelin, isn't he, of course, who's seeded through, and Chris actually messaged me to say that on the WST podcast in early season he predicted the 3 players to make the breakthrough: Liam Pullen, Stan Moody and Anthony Kowalski. knowledge, you see.
Yeah, I remember actually. That's a fair shout. He did say that.
27.
Of course, should he get through, there is every chance that he could draw Chris Wakelin in the first round. I mean, that would be a nice occasion for both, I suppose, because good friends, as you say, can enjoy it together, but he's got a job to do today. Now, this yellow, they always seem a little bit more difficult when they're close to the baulk rail. If that was by the top cushion beneath the black, wouldn't seem so daunting, but getting on this yellow nicely is imperative here.
Well, as with Gao Yang, you know, it's only frame 1, but it's just a great feeling, isn't it, to show your opponent, OK, if you break down, I'm going to punish you.
Yeah, and he landed absolutely A1 on that yellow. Just a hair of angle to make getting on the green easier, so this now, in his mind, will feel like the big shot. Well, one more big shot required then. Didn't quite have the angle to keep the cue ball south of the baulk line. And they've wheeled in the big guns. Terry Camilleri, I've not seen him for a while. You know, it's getting to that time of the year when he arrives.
There's a few backstage. I saw Olivier Martil, Marcel Eckhart. You know, the big hitters are here.
Well, this is a big shot now, isn't it? Because there's work to be done with this cue ball. The pot is tricky enough. These middle pockets can be criminally tight. He's going deep in and out of baulk. Oh, nearly found the corner pocket.
Is the black going to save him? Not quite, don't think. Or has it? Well, it has, because he's raised his hand well. You can't make it up. I thought he'd fluked it, and now he's fluked the snooker. I suppose Jamie Jones, he's just happy he's missed it.
And you could hear the disappointment from Kowalski as he struck the brown. He's just pumped it straight into the cushion. His concern was the cue ball there. He missed the brown by a long way, but what a result he's had.
We'll just stay on this for now because it is a dramatic frame. I can tell you that Zhang Jun did win the first against Stan Moody. Matthew Stevens has won the first against Stuart Bingham. We saw Zhou Yilong and Noppen Sengom go 1-0 up, and Gao Yang as well.
You can see a bit of this brown, and it may be enough to actually pot it into the right corner. He's ahead on the side of caution.
Just want to show you as well table 4 here. Liam Pullen, 58-0 up. He's 1-0 down, but a golden chance to level up. He's played some great stuff, I think, this week already. He's had to win 3 matches because beat Tep Charan Nu, another Thai player who had just won the World Open. I think with that match, you know, it was always going to be an open game. It was about really who made the most of the chances. Noppen, a slightly different sort of player, I guess, but ultimately in the modern game it is about scoring. Liam Pullen going nicely here, and that should secure the frame. Barring snookers, he's not going to miss this red, I wouldn't think, so great start for him just to stay with your more experienced opponent in the early stages. Remember, it's 9 frames this morning. And they're back at 5 o'clock UK time. As Kowalski, sorry, as Jamie Jones, I should say, knocks in a... Oh, it is Kowalski.
What a pot that was as well, by the way. Hampered over the top of the pink. He's leaving the world should he miss it.
If my eyes are going already, we're in trouble. Yeah, listen, everyone feels pressure. I don't buy that. But he's a very confident guy as well. There's no doubt. He thinks he's good, and he's right. He is. You've got to back yourself. He needs to back himself for 2 more pots here, pink and black, to win this high-scoring opening frame. Nicely done. This is good stuff already. And this is table 6. Pang Jung-Yu just knocking in the last black to lead 1-0 against Jackson Page. So just, yeah, every match now has got at least 1 frame done. Table 1 is Stuart Bingham, Matthew Stevens. Stevens won the first. This is a real heavyweight affair. And Matthew, he doesn't thrive in qualifying situations, but he does tend to come good in the World Championship. And let's be honest, Stephen, it kind of doesn't feel like a qualifier. The way it's set up, it's a wonderful arena, particularly the main table.
It is, yeah. It's a proper setup now, these qualifiers, because... There we go. I think they're going to have the re-rack, and rightly so. That frame was going nowhere.
Yeah, that's the red over the pocket. It was... We'd be here all year waiting for that frame to be played out with the experience these two have got. So we can go to table 3. Zhang Jun and Stan Moody. We saw Zhang Jun, he was in frame 1. He did win that frame. And he's in again in frame 2. Well, we're hoping to go to table 3. Zhang Jun's on a break of 36. And he's played a lovely shot there. Been in 2 quarter-finals this season, the Scottish and Welsh Opens. Beat Mark Selby at the Welsh Open. Great win over Elliot Slessor as well. I think a lot of people fancied Slessor to qualify. 10-7 in the last round, but Ashley Carty 10-3 in the previous round.
40.
And he's worked this break really well so far. Kept one eye on it. He's just come up the wrong side slightly of this blue, so the next red will be a mid-distance red. But should he knock that in, what a chance to double his lead early on here. Stan Moody, arms folded in the corner, doesn't look best pleased.
49.
And that was a great strike. Thumped in with plenty of authority. Always a nice feeling out there, especially when the pressure is definitely evident. The arm is starting to feel a little bit like jelly. The butterflies are in the stomach, but the way to settle quickly in these big matches is get on the board quickly, and that's exactly what he's done. This has been a great start.
Well, I was up at the Crucible last night. I couldn't not go and have a look, and it's all decked out in all the pictures of the players and all the sort of snooker regalia. So it's just a few days away. Saturday, of course, we kick off at 10 o'clock. Zhao Xingtong and Mark Allen, the 2 seeds. But the buzz around Sheffield is definitely there, and of course, these qualifiers have been going on for, well, this is the 9th day of 10. 2 more pots needed to secure this frame.
66.
He doesn't rush, but, you know, it's about accuracy.
Yeah, and that in itself will be a test for Stan Moody over the course of today. He's not going to have it all his own way, you would feel. He likes to have it his own way out there. He likes to boss the exchanges, and he likes to boss the tempo of a match and play things how he likes the game to be played. But Jian Jun, he's an unusual character, really. He goes about business how he wants to.
72.
Similar to Pang in that respect, over on the other table, he can disrupt a player's rhythm quite easily, which could play a part in this match.
He's not a spoiler, though, is he? You know, he's an attacking player, and we're seeing it here. Could make a century.
79.
Yeah, I mean, God forbid this game goes the distance, Dave. From what we saw in that World Open qualifier and the theatrics from Jiang Jun, there was some shots played that you would never dream to be seen on a snooker table. But, well,
7.
we could be in for a real treat tonight if this game goes the distance.
Well, it was madness, wasn't it? At the end of we caught a little bit of it in our build-up, but yeah. But what we can say, it's going to be 2-0 for sure. Show you Long has just made it 2-0 against Michael Holt as well. We'll just stay on this to see if he makes the century. He made 2 against Slessor, including a 1-4-2, which is his highest break in competition.
88.
Just laying down a marker to Moody that he's focused from the off.
96.
There's understandably a lot of excitement around Moody and Liam Pullen as sort of the young British stars, but of course we know how many China have produced in recent years, and this is another one, clearly. Great start for Jiang Jun, a century in frame 2. And he is 2-0 up and looking good already. Okay, so we've seen Jiang make the century. We'll let you know exactly what it finishes up as, but we've not seen too much of table 1 yet. We saw the re-rack. We got there, you know, probably the worst time, actually. But anyway, they've restarted that frame. Matthew Stevens 1-0 up against Stuart Bingham. The head-to-head is 11-6 to Bingham, counting all matches. But, of course, they're both players who have come good in the World Championship over the years. Matthew Stevens, though, not played at the Crucible for 4 years. 2022 his last visit. Twice runner-up. 4-time semi-finalist in his heyday. Of course, Stuart Bingham, the champion in 2015, and he's been in semi-finals since then, in fact 2 years ago. We were working, weren't we, with Matthew for Channel 5 recently at the Tour Championship. Fair to say he wasn't necessarily practicing every day.
But I think a player like Matthew can do that. He's so naturally gifted, and he's been playing the game for so long that he's not going to forget how to play. He might lose a bit of sharpness over the course of a season with a prolonged periods of time away from practicing, but soon picks it up. He came through a hard-fought match against Peter Lyons in the last round, 10-8, and that would have been a real good game to sort of ease your way back into it and sharpen yourself up for this big match today.
Jiang Jun did clear up there, so 138 a total clearance. Great start for him, 2-0. Bingham overwhelmed Wang Jingbo, 10-2 in the last round. 18 Crucible appearances under his belt. Didn't get there last year, did he? Michael Holt beat him. And Stuart is such a fan of snooker, it would have been absolute torture to not be in that 32-man draw.
8.
Of course, 17 in the world as well, so he was the next one, the next seed. He's the highest ranked player here. just missed out on a top 16 place.
Yeah, and actually it was a real tough watch when he lost to Michael Holt last year in these qualifiers as he misses the pink. He was struggling very, very, you know, it was hard to watch because as a player, when someone is struggling technically, you can feel it out there, and Stuart had, you know, developed sort of the yips, struggling to deliver the cue, and it was never nice to see, but he looks to be playing good snooker once again.
Okay, well, early stages still of this frame, but let's go to table 4. Liam Pullen on a break here with a chance to make it 2-1 against Noppen Senkarm.
55.
Good chance. 55 to the good. He's got natural presence just being so tall, Liam.
Yeah, and I do fear for him if he does qualify for the Crucible, because it's very tight in that arena in the 2 table setup, and, well, the people sat on the front row may literally be able to touch the back of Liam's cue. He is a big old unit, isn't he? Look at the size of him.
Might be able to see over the wall between the tables.
61.
Of course, he lost his tour card but got back on immediately through the Q school.
62.
And this season got to the quarterfinals of the Xi'an Grand Prix. I was impressed with his performance against Alfie Bird, and Alfie did miss a few, but he was played in a really good spirit that match, and, you know, winning 10-9 at the qualifier speaks for itself, whoever you're playing.
Yeah, he's got a fabulous temperament as well. I think that's one of his biggest assets
68.
for someone so young still. He's got a very mature head on his shoulders. Doesn't necessarily have
69.
the amount of flair that some of the young players has, but his temperament is enough at times to get him through these big matches.
Of course, it's big for the families as well, isn't it? I'm sure his family are watching every ball of this and be delighted to be at the Crucible next week. That's the absolute prize in the background. And whoever does qualify, you know, they're going to be real match sharp. Before today, we had 138 centuries across the first 8 days. You know, the standards have been really high, including players who haven't won, who play well.
Three.
I noticed with his match with Tepchar and Nu, when the frame was won like this, there was no sort of naughty snooker. He wanted to pot every ball. And he gave every ball the same focus and respect, regardless of whether it was the first shot or he was 90 in front.
Yeah, he's been like that for a while, actually. I remember playing Liam on the amateur circuit a good few years ago now in the English Amateur Tour, and it was at Landywood where he's based. And I remember he was on, like you say, 70, 80, and, you know, never once dropped his discipline. He just wanted to keep his technique exactly the same throughout the break and see it through into the next frame. It's tough to do that.
91.
Well, Liam Pullen about to make a century, it would seem, and Jackson Page, as we go to it, he misses, but he is one snooker needed. He was on a break of 69. He has missed, but a snooker needed.
Yeah, and that frame, not even 7 minutes old, and already the snooker is required. There was a rapid visit to the table from Jackson Page. I think that's what we're going to see from him today, as opposed to the more measured approach from Pang Jung Zhu.
So pink for the century for Pullen. And he's looking very sharp and very confident early on. He's certainly match fit, isn't he? He's played 3 best of 19s already. Remember, worth saying, last year, Zhao Xingtong came in the first qualifying round and obviously won the whole thing.
106. $109.
So 1-1 confirmed between Pang and Page. Just see what this break ends up as.
113.
We're going to be joined now by Snooker royalty. The 1997 world champion Ken Doherty will be taking over from Stephen.
118.
Well, this is great stuff from Pullen. As I say, he was determined to clear the table.
124.
Ken is licking his wounds after the football last night. We won't talk too much about that, Ken.
Please no, please no. No, we won't mention that. Try and keep on a positive stream here, David, this morning. Thank you very much. Well, yeah, really excited. Some fantastic matches going on. Really love this Judgment Day. Just talking about the crowds outside as well. It's been fantastic, you know, since day one. And yeah, they're all, car park is full. They're all queuing to come in. We're all excited.
43.
Just watching Zhou Yulong trying to extend the lead against Michael Holt here. But table 1 as well coming to the ball. Matthew Stevens, now he's 20 in front, so he's not going to need the blue clearly, which is on the cushion. This is to lead 2-0 against Stuart Bingham.
51.
Yeah, fascinating match, isn't it? Two real, you know, heavyweights. Once upon a time in the game, you know, but still producing great snooker. You know, of course, Stuart won the World Championship. And Matthew lost in a couple of finals, won the other couple of majors, but still on his day, he produces some really wonderful snooker. Classic match, that.
Yeah, I think if Stevens is going to come good anywhere, it'll be here in this World Championship. You know, I think he struggled in the qualifying environment, sort of a lot of the tournaments, but this event inspires everybody. Anyway, he's won that frame, so 2-0 to the Welshman. Bingham's going to play on, but he's 29 behind with 18 on, so it's surely going to be 2-0 as Zhou Yulong just looks like completing this frame.
Yeah, a really quality player, isn't he, Zhou Yulong? Nice compact cue action. Puts in a lot of practice up at Ding Junhui's academy, and he's been getting some good results as well, hasn't he, over the last couple of years? He's starting to find that little bit of confidence, and particularly against the top players.
Well, he's won this frame, so we're going to go to table 8 now. Anthony Kowalski won that dramatic black ball opener, and he's got half a chance here to potentially steal this frame as well, this second against Jamie Jones.
6.
Of course, we had 3 Polish players in the qualifiers, Matthias Baranowski and Michal Shabarczyk, who became the youngest player at 15 to win a match in the World Championship. In fact, he won 2.
I remember doing an exhibition many years ago in Poland in a place called Zielona, and matching Nick's, who owns the snooker club over there, has been a sponsor of young Anthony Kowalski for many a time. He says, go and practice with this young boy. He was only about 10 at the time, yeah. And even then you could tell he possessed a wonderful cue action and temperament, and it's great to see him finally getting some good results. And he's playing in the biggest match of his life today.
Yeah, it's fantastic, of course. It's not a country with a traditional snooker heritage, but it's been on Eurosport for a couple of decades, and we've seen quite a few young European players come to the fore, which is great to see.
Yeah, just contemplating whether he'll remove the red from the pink spot and try and free up that pink spot. He could play a little cannon into the red just to the right of the red he's going to pot, and he'll still be on the pink into the left centre. Doesn't want the pink going up on the brown spot really, so the cannon is his best option here really. It's not that difficult. Small little stun into the red. That's the shot. Yeah, the key was not to move that red too far, just to keep it exactly where he wants it now, just nice in the open, in around the pink spot. And he didn't want that. A little smile on his face. So now he's held the pink spot, so the pink does go on the brown spot.
20.
But a couple of difficult balls coming up for him. The red below the black, and obviously the brown could be the pivotal ball of the frame. But he's given himself a chance. This would be interesting. Will he play for the more difficult red now, or play for the red in open play? He made the wrong choice for me there. He had a perfect angle on that black. Just play for the red beneath the black. He's got to play it at some stage, and now he's out of position. It's a mistake from Anthony Kowalski.
Just to say quickly, we were watching Joey Long there. He made a century to lead 3-0 with Michael Holt, and Aaron Hills won a pretty lengthy first frame against Dave Gilbert. It was about 45 minutes, but 1-0 to Hill. Oh, terrific red, but now how's he going to get on this last red?
The important thing is, I think he's got enough of an angle that he can get down close to the red, but I think if he pots the blue and gets down just right of the pink spot, he could lay a nice snooker as well. You could play 1 or 2 shots here. Oh, but you don't miss the blue. Well, he's had a result there. I don't think you can pot the red, Jamie Jones, but a bad miss from Kowalski there.
Well, he's got a lot to keep across here to 8 tables, and Jang Jun, we know, we're 2-0 up against Stan Moody. He's looked confident so far, and we can just show you what's happening in this frame. He's 54-0 in front with a chance for 3-0, and Moody has not made much impact yet, it's got to be said.
No problem. Yeah.
Well, he played that little cannon there, Jean Jean, and he's okay. He's got a red into the right centre. Good start from him so far against Stan Moody. 59-0 up, so just the red required. Doesn't have to do much, really just drop it into the middle pocket. As we see Kowalski, well, he's left that short. That's a poor shot. Important. 4 points. He doesn't want to miss it a second time because he'll need a snooker, Kowalski. As we watch Jean Jean, can he make the red? No, he can't. Gesturing that it's sort of turned away.
Well, it could be a big moment for Moody, this, because, as I say, he's not made much impact yet, but if he could win this frame and everything's out in the open, suddenly he's in the match as Kowalski escapes this time.
Yeah, this is a good chance, isn't it? 59-0 down, plenty of points to work with. Could play for blue or pink here. Yeah, he's played it nice. He's on the pink, and that red just to the right of the blue will be his next. And with the situation of the reds and the table, well, this is an excellent chance. What a frame and what a steal this would be so early in the match.
Stan Moody, just 19 years of age. He's had a lot of good results already on tour. A couple of quarterfinals this season, British Open and Wigan Open. Beat John Higgins recently at the World Open.
Yeah, I think he's come of age, hasn't he, over the last season or so. He did struggle with his sort of technique. He was up and down quite a lot. But he's overcome all that. And he looks really good, I must say. I'm very, very impressed with his style of play, cue action, and of course his temperament is very, very impressive.
13.
We might see a little bit of evidence of that here if he can manage to hold himself together and make what would be could be a very telling break to win this
14.
tour frame, and particularly when you're 2-0 down.
Still, as you can see on table 8 on the last red, Jamie Jones just needing it, 33 in front.
Back cross double, is it in? It is. Excellent shot from Jamie Jones, and that will secure the frame for sure. Oh, sorry, that was Kowalski. I thought it was Jamie Jones. I'm getting too excited.
21.
Oh, what a shot that was, and a nice little kiss on the black as well.
Well, two very exciting frames here. The two youngsters. Well, they're all, well, Zhang Zhun's a youngster as well, but Stan Moody even younger at 19. Kowalski 22. Both trying to steal the frame here.
20.
Just over on the cue ball. Slightly there, Stan Moody. So he has to use the rest. He's got to come off top cushion side because you just missed the black and up for that yellow. Oh, Stan. Oh, you can see the disappointment. Okay, he's snookered him, but
28.
he's 31 behind. He needs a snooker himself. What a chance missed.
Yeah, exactly. Had to pot it, as you say. Although he has fluked the snooker. Kowalski is always going to be tough to make the clearance with the brown nail to the cushion, but he's back in the frame. 20 behind, 22 on.
That's a really clever shot, you know, for someone who's young as well. He played the right shot there and played it, executed it beautifully. Not quite sure where he can swerve. He's having a look to see can he swerve around the pink, but that would be quite difficult.
Oh, Zhang Zhun's missed the yellow.
Oh, he might have left the free ball here. Hold on. Oh, he's got left the free ball, which means now 27. As we see, Jamie Jones has hit the black there. Has he?
Yeah.
Yeah, I thought he was a bit slow calling the shot there. But this could be interesting. What's he going to play here? Free ball. Brown. Try and go around the angles, back up for the yellow. Yeah. And of course, if he pots the brown, then he can win.
Yeah, Zhang Zhun, he seemed to build that shot up a lot for, you know, one cushion escape, but the brown's not in, so now he can only tie. Well, it's only early in the matches, but we've seen plenty of drama so far. Brown could be in. Oh.
Oh. I tell you what, look at the position where the blue and the black have gone. And once again, he might just pot this brown. Just leave the cue ball in the middle of the table and play a snooker. Knock the blue up into the bulk area and try and get that cue ball behind the black here. And have control of the table, and he could put his opponent in a lot of trouble here. Lovely shot. Lovely, lovely shot. Nice control. And keeping the blue away from a cushion just makes it a little bit more difficult to hit as well. Well played.
So, Kowalski with Jones in a snooker. Stan Moody can only tie the frame on the right-hand side without penalty points. Just to recap some of the scores: 2-0 Matthew Stevens over Stuart Bingham, 1-0 Aaron Hill over Dave Gilbert, 2-0 of course Zhang Jun over Stan Moody, it's 2-1 Liam Pullen over Noppen Senkamp, 3-0 Joey Long over Michael Holt, 1-all Jackson Page and Pang Zhengzhou. Zhang Jun meanwhile not impressed with that. 2-0 Gao Yang over Hussein Vafai.
And that good snooker has given them the chance here. Okay, black certainly won't be easy, but if you can try and get a nice angle while potting the blue, get a nice angle on the pink, you might be able to take the blue away from the cushion, or the black I should say, away from the cushion. Now there's the angle. Now what way does he play this? Well, he's looking at possibly playing a double, but well, why not try and take the black out? And if you don't take it out, you could still play the double. Oh, wow, what's happening over there, Dave?
Well, Zhang Jun, I mean, he was banging for 3-0 and it's all imploded basically to hit the blue there, so now Moody can win the frame.
I think he's trying to take the black out. He's trying to take it out. Oh yeah, well there you see it. Even if he misses taking the black out, he's still got a chance at the double. Now can he make the double? Oh, it's close. Got a good cue ball.
Well, second frame, second black ball frame. He won the first on the black, Kowalski.
Is the green going in? Oh my goodness. What a fluke. Well, he can smile, but I don't think Zhang Jun is.
That's our old friends, the snooker gods, isn't it? I mean, Zhang Jun's had quite a lot of chances in this frame and things have gone wrong, and now Moody with an outrageous fluke. Meanwhile, big shot coming up on this black. He's asked for the cue ball to be cleaned.
This is what Judgment Day is all about, isn't it? Split screens, watching two exciting frames. Have a look at this for a shot. Nicely played. He's given himself a chance on the blue. Now can Kowalski find the angle on the black here and knock it into the yellow pocket? This would be a big frame. And a body blow to Jamie Jones. Oh, it's there. Well played. Great shot.
Amazing couple of frames on table 8, both won on the black by Anthony Kowalski. Now they're still going on table 3, Moody and Zhang Jun. Moody's missed the blue, so we can focus on that for you. Actually, if we can split screen. We're actually going to go to table 4 as well, because that's a pink ball frame. Liam Pullen was in front. Noppen Senkam's had a couple of chances to win the frame, just missed the pink. So he needs pink. Pullen needs pink and black. Oh, We've got another 8 hours of this yet. It's great stuff.
Yeah, it is. And, you know, there is a lot of tension. Big prize, of course, on offer. Your name in the draw for the Crucible. And particularly, you know, for these guys that were watching, Liam Pullen's never been there. These two guys, Jan John and Stan Moody, have never been there. They would have watched hours and hours of Crucible history. Would have inspired them. Chance to walk down those steps into the arena. Packed crowds. It really is a huge match for them. Oh, what a double. What a double. And he's not perfect on the black. I mean, this is a little bit close to the cushion, Dave. I tell you what, this is certainly easy to twitch this black. Got to stay so still on the shot.
Yeah, not nice, but it is for a 3-1 interval lead. Oh, and it's not there. As Moody pots the blue. Is he on the pink? He is.
Well, about 10 minutes ago, Jean Zone was on 59. He had a red into the right centre pocket to go 3-0 up. And now he's staring, just having a 1-frame lead. But it's not over yet. He's not perfect on this black. There's not bomb. This is the black on the other side.
2 black ball finishes. We've just had one, of course, with Kowalski as well. Brilliant stuff. And can Moody knock this in? He's been a bit of a spectator so far, but it's turned in this frame. And Jang Jun may look back on that. Well, he's already, you can see the disappointment as he walks out. It's only frame 3, feels a big moment. 2-1 as they continue on the black on table 4. So let's just focus on this. Here we go. Yeah, Pullen was quite a long way in front. Sengam took it to the colours and then he missed a blue and a pink.
He's got to be careful. If he tries to get that black up into the bulk area, he's got to be careful of the double kiss here. He could try and double the black to the right corner pocket. And it might go close. Oh, that's it. That was a poor shot. That was never on. I don't know what he was playing there. And he's given himself, well, he's given his opponent a really good chance here. It was a terrible shot from Nopon. Yeah. Certainly not easy, but a chance for a 3-1 lead.
Oh, brilliant. So another early blow landed by one of the young guns, Liam Pullen. We've seen Anthony Kowalski, Stan Moody also winning black ball frames. Pullen joining that list. Table 6 now, please. Table 6. Now then, table 6 with Pang Jung-Zhu. He's won this frame, but this is for a century with this blue just to cap it against Jackson Page, who won the second frame. And in it goes. Yeah, an interesting clash of styles here. Pang is on the methodical side, but very effective. Jackson Page, we know how he plays. All-out attack. So 2-1 to Pang. It's 3-0 Matthew Stevens. Dave Gilbert's just levelled with Aaron Hill. So early stages, you've only been going just over an hour, but plenty's happened already. This is table 5. Zhou Yulong 3-0 up on Michael Holt, so Holt just trying to get on the board before the interval. We've seen a few comebacks this week. You know, all is not lost yet by any means, but you don't want your opponent to get away from you and you're having to do all the work this evening. Remember, they're back at 5 o'clock. Oh, it's a lovely pop, though, from Zhou Yulong. Your debut, Ken, was against the great man, Steve Davis.
Yes, it was. Was that 91? 1991. Wow. I remember being at the Crucible in 1984. I won a tournament in Dublin, an under-16 tournament. The two finalists got a trip to the Crucible. And we came over on the boat to Liverpool and the train down. We stayed in Sheffield, and the first match I came to watch was Neil Foles play Steve Davis on table 2. And 7 years later, and there I was sitting next to Steve Davis looking at my name in lights, and I was like a rabbit in the headlights. I lost the first 4 frames in quick succession, and eventually got myself together. I went 8-6 up against Davis, and then got nervous again and lost 10-8. But yeah, it was quite an incredible experience playing, well, one of the greatest that's ever played at the Crucible, Steve Davis. And even though I lost, I learned an awful lot from it, you know, and you'll never forget your first time at the Crucible, that's for sure.
Well, in Michael Holt's case, he's not played there for 10 years. But he's having to watch Zhou Yulong just going about his business here.
We're playing the old Cliff Wilson. Do you remember the old Cliff Wilson? That was my last final qualifier match. He laughed his way through most of the match, Cliff Wilson, until the end when I beat him. But yeah, he was quite a character.
Great potter, wasn't he?
Oh yeah. This man is a tough man. Zhou Yulong playing some really nice snooker. As I said, very nice compact style that he has. Remember Fergal and I played himself and Bing Tao out in, it would have been China, would have been for the World Cup one year. Yeah, I think it was the year they won it. They were only 15 and 16 years of age, I think, at the time. Or something very young, and anyway, but you could tell how good they were then as well. But yeah, very impressive. I like his style, Zhou Yulong.
Just needs a title, doesn't he? He's been 4 ranking finals now, including the English Open. He lost in a decider to Mark Allen, but he fought back well. He was 7-3 down, lost 9-8. So anyway, he's going about his business here nicely, 3-0 up. We can go, though, to table 7. Hossein Vafai trying to get on the board against Gao Yang, 2-0 to Gao Yang. Vafai ahead here. Just going to put him in a snooker. So he's 27 in front with 2 reds left, 43 points.
Doesn't want double kiss. No, nicely played. He was involved in an epic match, wasn't he, with Jimmy White, Gao Yang? That first match, 10-9. Jimmy needed a snooker, got it. He missed this opportunity on the brown.
Yeah, and it's not a surprise because we know Jimmy, but I was struck by how gracious he was at the end with him. You know, I mean, all the disappointments he's had in this tournament, and he still found time to sincerely congratulate Gao Yang on the victory. And since then, he's beaten Mark Davis and Tom Ford. Well, he's looking to see if it's a plant.
Must be close. It must be very close. He's going to have a go at it, but it's risky. It's very risky. If he misses it, both reds will be in a potable position for sure. Oh, what a shot. Great shot. Very brave and courageous to take it on. 28. difference. So he's going to need the red. But there'll be no heroics on this, I'm sure. Just drop it in, dead weight.
6. If you toss this red, we go to table 2, please.
Yeah, so he should be over the line here. He's just checking the scores. A couple of snookers needed, and looks like Hussain Vafai will be on the scoreboard. We haven't seen much of Dave Gilbert, Aaron Hill, so we want to just show you some of that one. It was a very long first frame, which Aaron Hill won. Gilbert took the second. But of course, that's a rematch of last year when, of course, Hill had a big lead and Gilbert came back to beat him at the death. Here we are in frame 3. Gilbert on a break of 23. Colin Humphries just trying to get this pink in position.
Thank you. 23. Yeah.
Gilbert is a bit of a stalwart on these judgment days. He's played at the Crucible 11 times. Beat another young Irish player, Leon Crowley, in the last round, 10-3.
$31. $32.
He's got a nice languid style, hasn't he, Dave Gilbert? Lovely cue action.
39.
Gets through the ball, really nice. And that one's gone. I wanted to be a bit straighter on this red. But yeah, when he gets going, I mean, he scores very freely, doesn't he? And very quickly as well.
Yeah, twice semi-finalist, including 2 years ago. Lost to the eventual winner, Karen Wilson. But he's not had a good season. He's not actually been past the last 32 of a ranking event this season, so it's been a bit of a disappointing campaign for him.
Yeah, that's quite surprising, isn't it? Well, maybe just, I suppose, shows you how tough it is and a stiff competition. Even these players with experience and they've had deep runs in tournaments, the big tournaments, and those qualifiers.
45.
Very, very tough indeed. Standard getting better all the time.
I can tell you, after losing those 2 black ball frames, Jamie Jones has made a 66 break, so he has won frame 3. Anthony Kowalski leads him 2-1.
46.
Well, just seeing if he can get through to the red to middle. If not, he'll have to be red to far corner to continue the break. Looks like Stuart Bingham is on the scoreboard. He's not far away from wrapping up frame 4.
Can we 2-box it?
As Gilbert attempts this red. And in it goes.
54.
me just show you Stuart Bingham here.
21.
It looks like he's over the line in that frame. So on the scoreboard, and of course it is best of 19. There's no need to panic. You go a few down early on. We had a match the other day. Jordan Brownie was 6-0 up with Ian Burns. It ended up 9 each on the black. Jordan did win, but my word, that was 82-minute decider.
Oh, not for the faint-hearted, those.
29.
Yeah, it's been a quality break from Dave Gilbert here.
69.
See important. Red coming up into the left centre pocket.
70.
Yeah, that will secure the frame, and well, he may go on to
37.
make a century here. The way the balls are situated.
38.
And that's going to be a little bit of a relief for Stuart Bingham as well on table 1. Going into the mid-session interval, just
70.
got his first frame on the scoreboard.
45.
Yeah, so obviously he's over the line, and Dave Gilbert on course for a century after that shot.
85.
Yeah, I've always thought he's a very classy cueist. He's just nice to watch, very elegant style. I think he's suffered at times with enthusiasm, and you know, everyone has off-table issues as well. But he invariably seems to get himself in shape for the World Championship.
Yeah, has his own club in Tamworth. And maybe that sort of
92.
helps him with his practice. He's probably been in there and goes in there most days. And even if you're just ticking over, I mean, you've got so many tournaments during the season. As long as you're in the club and doing a couple of hours a day, particularly if the club is your own business, and you see him make a nice century break, yeah, that sort of helps a little bit. But when you see him play like this, it's surprising to see why he hasn't gone deeper in the tournaments this season.
Well, he can make a 1-4-3, but of course the high break we know is the maximum from Chang Bing-yu.
108. When are we handing to Rob? That should be a good time, actually. 114. 116.
Looks like Zhang Jun is going to be 3-1 up on Stan Moody. We saw how frustrated he was to lose that frame, but
119.
Moody needs snookers in the next. So it's looking like 3-1, and we'll just see Gilbert hopefully polish these off.
120.
This is the 66th century he's made in the World Championship over the years, and it would be his highest if he could pot these last 3 balls. His highest 139 prior to this.
128.
As I say, the first frame was about 45 minutes, and Aaron Hill won it, but Gilbert, of course, got all the experience in the world. This rematch from last year. And he's produced some heavy hitting here. A 1-4-1 total clearance from Dave Gilbert to lead 2-1. So some very interesting action already. Let's go to the studio and join Rob.
Yes, thanks very much, Dave. Expertly guiding us through the action. Stephen's taken a break before he has his ham and cheese sandwich. Stephen, a quick line on the psychology from Aaron Hill's perspective going into that match against Dave Gilbert. You know what it's like at the coalface. How conscious will he be of the fact that he was up, I think it was 7-3, on the same opponent, at the same venue, at the same stage of qualifying last year?
It's a strange one, isn't it? Because, you know, you can never plan your route in these events, and it's funny how he's ended up playing Dave again on Judgment Day. But I think Aaron Hill's one of these sort of dogged fighters that, you know, you see in sport where he'll use that as inspiration to get the job done today. It'll still hurt. He'll think about that game a lot, and no doubt he's thought about it a lot all year, and all roads lead to Sheffield, you know, for the players, and he'll use that as inspiration to get this job done today. But we've just seen from Dave there that he's hitting the ball really nicely, so it's another tough task.
And sometimes with Dave, you get the impression it comes down to how much he's enjoying it. I mean, he's a two-time semi-finalist. Hendo mentioned, 19 and then 24. I mean, when he's in the balls and he's flying, he's irresistible to watch. But he's got to be enjoying it, I think, to produce his best.
Yeah, and he's such a strange player because on his day he looks like a world beater. And I was just looking over his season as a whole last night, and I don't think he's been past the last 32 of any event this season, Dave Gilbert, which, you know, is incredible to think that a few seasons ago he was at the business end at the Crucible and looking like a potential winner of this tournament. So, yeah, look, if Dave's enjoying his snooker, he's going to play well, and he's a match for anyone. And, you know, I think whoever comes through this game between the two of them today is a nightmare draw for anyone in Sheffield.
Well, I mean, I think the draw is going to be fascinating. Thursday morning before 9 o'clock, live on 5 Live. Don't miss it. We'll be on the breakfast show. Neil Robertson's been drafted in to help us out. There are some seismic first-round matches to come. I know we always say that, but the standard this week and the quality of stories we've had have been incredible, and they've been incredible because year on year, the standard of our sport is going up. Who on earth would have predicted that Chan Bing Yu's max would be the 24th of the season? And we haven't even got to the Cruise yet.
Yeah, it's incredible. And as you say, the standard each year is going up and up. And this event, the Judgment Days, the qualifiers, they're their own event in their own right, really, because the players are coming through at least 2 matches to get to Sheffield. They're match sharp, they're ready to go. And all of a sudden, the top 16 don't feel as invincible anymore. The players want to get at them. And, you know, the guys that are coming through, whoever comes through is going to be, you know, rum and ready to go come Saturday morning because the top 16 have got a real tough match ahead.
Now, we've just alluded to Chan Bing Yu's maximum. He's on his way home with £147,000. And you may remember last year a guy by the name of Brian Nichols. He wasn't playing, he was in the front row, and he went home with 25 grand, courtesy of our new sponsors, Midnight, who have reprised their offer for one fan in every single session. But there's a little bit of a twist this year. If there's a maximum in the first round, it's £5,000 to the randomly chosen fan. If it's in the last 16, it's 10,000. If it's in the quarters, it's 25, same as Brian Nichols last year, who I think went on a cruise. His son bought the ticket, but I don't think he shared the money with him. Brutal. If it's the semis, it's 50. Now, drum roll, please. 6 figures if there's a max in the final. I know. It's only happened once with Selby in that final against Bracell. But imagine that, Stephen, courtesy of Midnight. If someone produces a max in the World Championship final, then the fan is going home with half the prize money as the runner-up. That's insane.
You know, people travel from all around the world to come to the Crucible, to say they've been to the Crucible. You know, a lot of people are coming obviously because they enjoy the snooker, they love the event, but the Crucible is the place that people sometimes want to come and see. And can you imagine having a ticket for the final? And let's just say a max. Can you imagine leaving with 100 big ones in your back pocket? I mean, that's what an opportunity for someone potentially.
Now, look, from a player's point of view, if you were down with, you know, just the colours left and they're all on their spots, would it be in the back of your mind? Not in the final, okay, but say the quarters, you know, where there's 25 G's on the line for a fan, would it even enter your subconsciousness or not that someone in the audience would be about to win, you know, a decent chunk of money from your efforts?
I suppose it depends at what stage of your career you're at. You know, if it was me, I'd be in bits on the second black, never mind, you know, the colours. So that'd be dreamland for me. But I don't think I'd be thinking about it because I'd be too nervous thinking about making it for myself. But if it's someone, say, like a prolific player that has made many maximums throughout their career, 100% they'll be wanting to do it, not only for themselves, not only to make it in the World Championship, but for that one lucky fan as well.
Well, you'd have to be saying to the fan, listen, you can't get too excited. Can you imagine? They'd have to be like they'd be going nuts physically, but they'd be trying to say nothing at all, so they didn't distract them. Anyway, so that's going to be a lot of fun at the Crucible. Now, you mentioned the word dreamland. It has been a dream start for Liam Pullen. And what a week, what an 8.5 days he's had so far here at the qualifiers. Couple of key blacks. He's shown nerve exactly when he needed it.
Yeah, and I think composure is a word that I would use to describe Liam Pullen now. He's got a fantastic temperament and he's extremely disciplined with his technique, his way about the table. He never sort of goes into this shell of playing flare shots when he doesn't need to. But this was a massive moment, so he's just doubled the pink. For me, he's played that in the wrong way. He didn't really fully commit to the pot. He didn't try and just drop it and give it every chance. He's played it in such a way that, OK, he's striking the ball a bit positively, but it's missable. But then 2 shots later, he pumps that in, which is not an easy shot to play. And that has set him off to the interval feeling very, very good indeed. I just walked past him in the corridor and quite often you catch eyes with the player. I sort of glanced at him and he was laser-like, looking at the floor, completely in the zone, and he's here to do a job today.
And it's interesting you say that because people think that, we're very fortunate. We've got friends on the circuit, but I'm always super conscious to acknowledge someone's presence in a corridor, but make no initiation of conversation because you have to respect. There's almost, I said to my son, it's almost like there's a protective bubble around the players. You mustn't invade their headspace if they're halfway through a match. So it sounds like he's absolutely laser focused and ready to try and produce what would be an incredible debut. Now, we got some breaking news from you. I mean, not only is he giving great analysis, he's the man in the know. Apparently, there's an interesting update on Stan Moody's last 24 hours. Can you fill us in?
Yeah, so I was just in the players' lounge, just briefly chatting to Liam Pullen's dad, and reckons that Stan's been struggling, with a bit of an illness recently, tonsillitis, and Liam's dad reckons that he was in hospital last night on a drip and had to discharge himself to get here today. So apparently he didn't say a word to anyone this morning when he walked into the venue, just keeping himself to himself. And I think he's struggling a little bit out there. But, he won a big frame there to close the gap to 2-1. I think he's just gone 3-1 behind. But, yeah, he's not only battling the horror show that is Judgment Day for the players out there, but he's battling the elements as well.
That's an amazing story. And let's see whether he can continue coming back into this one. Right, let's get back over to table 4. They've had their break, and look at this. Liam Pullen had his nice cup of tea, put a couple of sugars in it, and Dave Hendon, he is on an absolute roll at the moment. What a start in this match. Absolute dreamland so far.
We know, of course, he made one in the UK Championship. So, like Chang Bing-yu, if he makes one here, he will get the £147,000 bonus. Incredibly. So there's enough pressure as it is, Ken, but there's a massive prize in the background here.
Wow, incredible, isn't it? Well, and the reds are all open as well, so doesn't need any little cannons. What's he going to play for here? Yeah, just trying to give himself some options, giving himself that red into the right centre. But those other 2 reds just below this red, both pot into that right centre pocket as well. He's got a lovely angle now. The 2 reds there just above the black to the right. He might play a delicate little can. Doesn't have to. He could play into the pink as well. Oh, he's tried to play into the pink. Well, he's okay. I think he tried to just stun into the pink, but just missed it. But he's sort of giving himself options, I think, here. One of these reds pots into this bottom left corner pocket. Get back on the black as well. What an opportunity.
Well, we saw it a couple of days ago with Chang Bing-yu. As I say, the way it works is if you make 2 in either the 3 Triple Crown tournaments or the Saudi Masters, there's 147,000 up for grabs. Ronnie O'Sullivan did it in Saudi. Chang, the UK, and here, and now Liam Pullen looking to do it as well. What moments these are for him.
That's okay. Once again, a little kiss on the pink would have been favourable because he would have been able to pop one of those reds into the bottom right corner pocket, but you always try and put the cue ball in areas just to give yourself some options. And that's exactly what he's doing. He's doing everything right at the moment. Just needs to go. He's okay.
Well, he's earned just under 60,000 this season, which is plenty when you're 20 years of age, but his coffers are going to be swelled considerably if he can polish these off with blacks.
I do like the look of his composure though, I must say. Very focused. Once again, paired if he finishes top side of the red here. It's got to go. It's got to get top side of the red. Come on, get up there. A little bit short. Okay, so left himself a difficult black rather than take the chance of going in and out of balk. So big shot this, just needs to maybe miss the pink for the red into the left corner pocket. Or he could play for the red in the right corner. Oh no, such a shame. What a chance, but a wonderful break. Oh, gutted for him.
Well, you'd be gutted anyway, but it's costly. It's cost him a lot of money, but yeah. Just think about the match. Think about getting to 10 and getting to the Crucible. But yeah, if he'd have made the maximum, he would have got £147,000. Aaron Hill, meanwhile, 2-1 down here to Dave Gilbert. Oh, that's worked out an absolute dream, that shot.
What a shot that was. Even Dave can manage a smile. That's the way it goes sometimes. And you got to make the most of it when you do get a little bit of luck. Absolutely perfect he was on the black there. And the black will go on the pink spot, which is okay. Red into the left centre, that would free up the black into the left corner pocket.
No.
Of course, you've got Fergal O'Brien in his corner, former British Open champion and one of the wisest figures in the sport.
Yeah, it was a devastating blow for Aaron last year, losing to Dave Gilbert just by the odd frame. 10-9. He desperately wants to play at the Crucible. I just hope that the desperation doesn't sort of overflow and makes him even more nervous and more tense. That you just enjoy the challenge of it.
25.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see if this stays close all day. You know how he's feeling later, obviously, because the narrative, of course, is what happened last year.
Yeah, and I know it's early stages, you know, just 3.5 frames play, but frames like this are, you know, they're just so important. And you get that little slice of luck, which he did, to get on the black, but you also consolidate that. You win the frame, and particularly going into the mid-session interval, sort of delivers a real body blow to your opponent and gives you a wonderful boost as well. So important little few moments coming up for Aaron Hill here. You know, I used to love winning frames like this, even more so than with century breaks. Just mean so much more. Now it starts to get a little bit tricky because those two reds around the black spot are not potable into the corners, so he's going to need an angle off the next black or next colour after this red to try and disturb those two. So this is the important shot here, positionally.
39.
How's the angle? It looks pretty good. He's played that beautifully. He'd love to be able to hit the crux of those two reds with a little bit of pace, split them up and get them into potable positions. If he tries to play a little delicate cannon on the right hand side red, it could go wrong. It could go wrong just like that. It's not a good shot.
No, I mean, he gets on the red, he wins the frame, surely. And these are the blows you have to try and manage in your own mind.
46.
Well, I'm going to make way for a man who needs no introduction because he makes them all. It's Rob Walker.
Well, he's taking the red on with a little bit of safety, but if he misses it, he could leave it. You can't be playing those shots.
46.
And if you do play them, you've got to play them with a lot of pace so that if you do miss them, the red comes away from the pocket. I think that was the right choice of shot there for Aaron Hill. It's interesting because the 22-point difference means that Dave Gilbert is going to need that difficult pink to win the frame. Oh, this could go close to going in off. It could go close. Oh. Welcome, Rob.
Thanks, KD.
How was the ham and cheese sandwich?
I haven't had mine yet because it's such a long day. I thought I'd pace myself. So Dave Hendon's gone off for his ham and cheese. I think he's got a packet of cheese and onion as well, just to round it off. But
sweet and savoury.
What a start to Judgment Day! Amazing.
Oh.
Dave Gilbert, 1.
Well, that was a chance for Dave Gilbert. Ruefully looking at the blue for some reason. Maybe he felt it jumped and got a little bit of a kick. So 21 points in front for Aaron Hill. Can he secure this fourth frame and go off to the mid-session interval all square again? Needs a kiss on the blue.
1.
Oh, that's not great. He's overhit that red, you know.
He got a kiss, but not the one he was hoping for. Missed opportunity there for Dave Gilbert, but maybe not as costly as he may have thought. I can't believe these two are playing again. Judgment Day, 12 months on. Well, did you? I know you're. Yeah, he's a lovely guy. We've had a meal. I don't remember what restaurant we were in, but we've eaten together in Sheffield. you and myself and Aaron Hill, and were you in a position to give him any advice along the last
we were watching
few days?
Yeah, we watched the golf over the weekend. Of course, the exploits of Rory McIlroy and Shane Lowry that we were cheering on. And just having a chat. He's confident, he's playing well, and he wants to avenge that defeat. As I said, it was painstaking for him last year against Dave Gilbert, just losing 10-9. His chance to get to the Crucible. He's desperate to get to the Crucible, and that's, I was just saying to David, I just hope the desperation doesn't overcome him and just relax and enjoy this challenge. 25 points in the lead. Could do with this yellow going in. Well, he's decided against it, and he hadn't played a good shot. But yeah, he's a lovely lad. He's been getting some good results, He's improving all the time. He's a better player than he was last year. But he's up against a man who knows all about playing at the Crucible and playing in these Judgment Day matches.
Yes, Dave Gilbert bidding for his 12th Crucible. His first came back in 07. Remember when he had a mullet and said, well, that'll be me, I think. I'll just appear once and I'll take my tourist ticket and say thanks very much. But then he started to realise quite what a good player he was, and still is. 4 times a Triple Crown semi-finalist, the 2 Worlds, and then back-to-back Masters as well, 20 and 21. But Aaron, also, you mentioned he has improved this year. Quarterfinals of the English, he beat Ali Carter, Stephen Maguire, Jack Lazowski before losing to Jack Jones. So he's going in the right direction.
Yeah, he's improved exponentially over the last 12 months for sure. Oh, he's tried to take out the pink here. Great shot from Dave Gilbert. Very, very clever. And that now puts a bit more pressure on Aaron Hill here. It's 25 points in the lead. Could have done with having a go at that yellow a few shots ago. He had the easy red, last red, overshot it to secure this frame, and now not straightforward, this safety shot. Oh, he's played this well. Very nice.
We'll stay with this. Quick verbal update. Stuart Bingham was in again early on in the 5th, and then Mr. Pink, I think, trailing 3-1 to Matthew Stevens, got himself just about on the scoreboard, and Matthew now at the table once more. Zhang Jun is first in the 5th against Stan Moody. Very early stages there. Liam Pullen in again, already 4-1 up. Hearts were in mouths for that second max that never was. That's table 4. Zhou Yulong is 4-0 against Michael Holt. Pang Zheng-Xu is in again against Jackson Page, leading 3-1, and Gao Yang and Hossein Vafai dead level, 45 apiece on table 7. But Yang has taken 2 of the first 3. And Kowalski and Jamie Jones are on their mid-session interval, locked at 2 apiece. Good shot there from Aaron Hill. Gilbert with a little bit to think about here. Lots going on Judgment Day. Stephen Hallworth, Dave Hendon, KD and myself across the next few hours, and we'll do it all again tomorrow as well. And hopefully we'll have interviews with all the winners coming up this evening.
Excellent escape. And that pink in that position is going to cause a few problems. May have to play cushion first here, or just trickled the cue ball down, just rested on the yellow. Yeah, if he plays cushion force, he's got to be pinpoint.
This is not easy. Delicate touch required here, Ken.
Yeah, the problem he faces here, okay, if he plays the cushion first, he's got to get sort of just an edge of the yellow, because if he sort of hits a quarter ball, he could knock the yellow into a potable position. So he's got to be so careful here. I just nestle up to the yellow myself, I think. This could go wrong. There you see. Oh, is he getting lucky again? Has he got lucky again? He has. Another snooker. This could be a hit and hope here with Dave Gilbert. No, he's got a nestle. That's maybe short, you know. This is a big mistake. If he's short, it is. Well, that's the worst thing. Oh, well, he's conceded. He only needed one snooker. So, he's fed up, Dave Gilbert. Not a good sign.
That's a real shame. And so often happens that way with Dave. He gets so despondent with himself. Turning our attention once again to table 1. Stuart Bingham was in first, as I mentioned. Up on Sankam, by the way, is back at the table. He's on a break of 23 on table 4 against Liam Pullen. Now a break of 28. Pullen was in and looking like he was on his way to 5-1, but Sankam needs to stop the rot. Matthew was 6-4 down to Peter Lyons before winning 10-8. Hasn't had a great season. Very modest, to be honest, by his standards. Last 32 of Xi'an and the Scottish Open. But when it comes to the long frame formats and the World Championship, different ball game. And a break. And the intrigue goes on here. So a little bit left to go in this one. Why don't we head over to table 7 and see whether Hossein Vefai can level things up at 2 apiece before the mid-session break against Gao Yang. Hoping to do better with the position of that cue ball on the yellow. But Gao Yang, what a week he's had. 5-1 down to Jimmy. Beat Mark Davis with 4 half centuries and a century. And 7-4 down to Tom Ford before a 10-8 victory. And he came within a whisker of qualifying last year, only losing out to Li Pei Fan 10-9. Hussein seems to have recovered from the troublesome shoulder that was causing him issues last season. I remember having a chat with him in Hong Kong at the World Grand Prix, and he was most unhappy about how things were going physically. So just ahead of the mid-session break. Be a great story for the amateur if he were to make it.
Oh, great shot. Great attempt. Just a little bit pacey from Hussain. Now, we could play cushion first here, or try and swing that cue ball off maybe 4 cushions back up towards that big target of brown and black. Oh, this looks good, and the pace looks better as well. Look at this for a shot. Look at this for a shot. Excellent. Well played, young man. Oh, great escape. Great escape. Steve McQueen would have been happy with that one. This time. Where's he going with the cue ball? Back up towards that black and brown once again, but this time not a snooker.
Nopon Shankan, by the way, has pulled one back against Liam Pullen, 4-2 now. Jackson Page at the table, closing in on the 5th frame against Pang Junxu, trailing 3-1.
Well, is it an opportunity to take this yellow on and get on the green here for Hussain? No. Well, normally such a really good long putter. I just thought it was a little bit risky. A bit surprised that he turned that yellow down.
Yeah, me too. Normally so positive.
And now he wished he should have taken it on, because this is far from easy. Can he bend it around the brown? I don't think he can, because the blue is sort of in the way.
Jackson Page has taken the 5th, by the way, so 3-1 becomes 3-2. The Welshman trailing Pang Junxu, but right back on his heels.
Good pot it. Oh, well, it's a foul, but will Gao Yang put it back? Can he pot this yellow? I think if he can pot it, he'll take the yellow on, surely, because he may not get a better opportunity. But it's not straightforward, that. I think it does cut in, though, but how does he get on the green? Can he avoid the pink? Can he play it right-handed? A lot of the Chinese players now can play it ambidextrous. You know, I'll give my left arm to be ambidextrous.
One of your best exhibition lines there.
Well, he couldn't avoid the pink, but look where the cue ball is finished. It's not too bad considering he hit the pink. But look at the scoreboard. He's knocked the pink. He's having a look at the scoreboard. I don't blame him, because green, brown and blue will only put him 12 points in the lead with 13 points remaining. So that pink is the important ball in this frame for sure. Oh, good pot. That's what I like about this player, Rob. You know, his cue action, so solid, beautiful and straight, and it needs to be on that particular shot.
So many of the young Chinese players, they're absolutely fearless. They're really good at trusting their instinct, even when the pressure is on.
Yeah, and also not only their instinct, but their technique. You know, that's what they work on. They're so technically minded about how to keep that cue nice and straight, your head nice and still. Just look at it. He's got a wonderful setup. He's going to leave the double on the pink. A cross double. That's not a gimme by any stretch of the imagination, but he's going to go for it. And the only problem about doubles is if you miss them, you never know where the ball is going to finish up. But this will be for an incredible steal. It's close. Well, that was brilliant, Rob, wasn't it? I mean, that was an incredible steal for Gao Yang.
Perfect way to head off for the mid-session break. And once again, this youngster, this giant killer, Jimmy White, Mark Davis, Tom Ford, he's given himself a great platform there. Now, what about the hitman bidding to return to the Crucible for the first time in 10 years? Under real pressure on the resumption after the first four.
13.
Horrible spread of reds here, but at least he's been the one at the table on a break of 38. So Pang Junxu 3-2 up on Jackson Page. Gao Yang's headed off 3-1 up against Hossein after nicking that fourth. Just the colours left for Stan Moody to steal the fifth against Zhang Jun. He's on a break of 35. But this is a very, very important visit for Michael Holt under all sorts of pressure. Made his first appearance back in 2005. Well, KD has gone off for his sandwich, and his baton firmly and safely placed in the hands of Stephen Hallworth, who's back on duty here on Judgment Day before making his BBC debut at the weekend. We're all looking forward to working with him at the Crucible. Summer holiday plans changed and ready to go, but this has been a really tough start for Holty, hasn't it, Stephen?
He needs this frame on the board desperately, doesn't he? He's had no real involvement in this match so far. Zhou Yulong's played really well, actually. Breaks of 59, 94, 109, 64. So he's been frozen out for the large parts of it. And the trouble is, these best of 19 matches, you can never win the game in this session, but as a player you feel like you can lose it if you go too far behind. So Holty needs to get a foothold quickly. And I think this is the sort of game now that will really test the temperament of Michael. You know, it's it's a department of his game that has let him down over the years, and it's something that I've been much more impressed with this season from him, and it's something he works very hard on. I practice with him a lot. So he seems to be taking this red on. No, he's fully committed, and it's just about wriggled in. It's a great shot from Michael. And that'll make him feel really good. He's up and running now, he's on the board. Can he get something from this session?
Tough match this on paper against Zhou Yulong. English Open runner-up, semi-finalist in Northern Ireland, semi-finalist at the World Grand Prix. Holty, in contrast, has had a very modest season so far, but wins against Bayu Liu and Dan Wells. The Dan Wells especially, good result, 10-5. Liam Pullen's in again on table 4, by the way. He's on a break of 38, leading 4-2. Sangkam coming back at him to go only 2 behind. And hopefully Liam Pullen's going to put the disappointment of missing out on that massive maximum payday out of his mind over on 4. Good stuff this from Holty, and it'll settle him down a fraction. We've seen bigger deficits than this turned around in a best of 19 on and before Judgment Day.
Massive visit for Liam Pullen, I feel, in the context of this game. The previous frame he should have had one. He was well in front. Noppon Sangkam made a great clearance to the final pink to pinch it, and they're the sort of frames that can turn these matches in this first session. And again, an example of the temperament of Liam Pullen. He was able to brush it off, and he stepped up here, and so far so good. Still a little bit of work to be done.
Holty's break comes to an end, so not to be a century, but he gets one on the board. So let's focus on the end of this 59. Liam Pullen Noppon Sangkam frame. Temperament, the key word with Liam Pullen. Lots of people spoke to me about him when he first kind of started to really show that early promise. Don't worry, we're getting straight back there. There we are. From Micah Kessler to Desislava Bozilova. Everybody was saying it's just, he's so calm around the table and got such a good work ethic. He'd have had a good grounding in the Northern Snooker Centre with Peter Lyons. Now he's down in Landywood, but people say upstairs he's well equipped.
Yeah, he's got a very mature head on very young shoulders, hasn't he, Liam Pullen? And I think that is a great attribute to have at this game, because at the very top, 95% of professional snooker is played between the ears. You know, they can all make the 100 breaks and, you know, score heavy and know every shot in the book, but it's what you've got upstairs that makes the biggest impact, and I think Liam Pullen's got that. And he's showing it here today. This has been a stellar performance so far. And with this pink, he's now guaranteed a lead going into this evening session, but it's going to be a question of how much or how big is that lead going to be.
72.
And a great way to put the disappointment of missing out on the double max and the WST bonus out of his head.
73.
Taken these really nicely. Jackson Page on a break of 26. We'll head over there when we've seen the end of this break from Liam Pullen. Stevens Bingham 3-2. Aaron Hill and Dave Gilbert have resumed on table 2. Gao Yang and Hossein Vafai still on their break, and Kowalski and Jones have come back all square. Early stages of the fifth, locked at 2 apiece.
Well, he's just overdone that yellow by quite some way, actually. Oh, he's managed to chip the green in somehow. That was ultra thin. Come on then, Liam. Let's have another century. What a session it's been. This for a 3rd century. If he can take these colours out in this session.
Yeah, Pullen, 83.
Thought that was going to drop for a second. So 5-2, guaranteed a lead ahead of the second session. Let's have a quick look at table 6, shall we? It's gone a little bit scrappy. Jackson Page was in. Cue ball got tied up on a bunch of reds. So there'll be a little bit of working out to do on that one, so we'll come back on that depending on whether Jackson Page gets back in quickly. So let's head up to the battle of the would-be debutantes, the 2 men bidding to walk down the stairs for the first time on table 3, Zhang Jun and Stan Moody. Moody back to 3-2.
11.
And he's at the table once more. Incredible if he has discharged himself from hospital. What a story it would be if he made it all the way.
Yeah, I did hear the other day, actually, when I was playing myself, that he was feeling a little under the weather. He seemed very quiet in the players' lounge, which, you know, isn't what you'd expect from Stan. Yeah, so he might not be feeling the best, but he's doing a good job of hiding that, and as he should. You know, he's here to do a job. He's a professional snooker player. He's got to try and park that, give it his all, because this is such a big day for him.
Right, the ham and cheese sandwich relay continues. Hendo's done his, now my turn. So you are back in the safe and capable hands of Hallworth and Hendon. I don't know whether that sounds like a podcast or whether it's a gentleman's tailors from the early 1900s. Maybe it's both. Hendo will be back shortly.
Yes, thank you, Rob. There was controversy, actually, because Ken went to get his sandwich and they'd run out in the media room. He's had to go and get his own. Anyway, more importantly, Stan Moody looking to level up here, despite the problems that have been outlined in terms of his health.
The pressure's getting to everyone, Dave. It's not just out there on the table, everyone backstage in bits as well.
He was offered a sausage roll and a packet of crisps, but he wasn't too keen. And why should he be as a former world champion?
Yeah, it's not much of a consolation prize, that, is it?
Well, Moody digging well here. He didn't make a good start because we saw him win that black ball frame, the third, just prevent himself going 3-0 down. And even though he lost the next, it did seem a big moment. Zhang looked very disappointed to lose that frame.
They
have a thing in the theatre, they call it Doctor Theatre. If you're ill, you get on the stage, and the time you're on in the performance, you feel great. And maybe there's something in that here. Just focusing on what he does best, which is pop balls.
Yeah, because in a strange sort of way, it forces your mind to focus that little bit more on each and every ball. You know, out there, you sometimes get into a bit of a rhythm, a bit of a pattern, where you're thinking a few shots ahead. I think today Stan will just be one ball at a time if he is feeling the way we believe him to be. That in itself could just allow him to play into some sort of rhythm again. Now, it's been a good visit so far. Still a little bit of work to be done, but going along nicely.
51.
I think he'd be a very popular player to qualify for Sheffield for the very first time.
Yeah, hard worker, and he's had a fine junior career, as we know. He's had a pretty good professional career so far also. But that is, of course, one venue, the Crucible, where everybody wants to experience the atmosphere.
58.
Well, this is good stuff. He needs 2 more pots, and it should be 3-3. So this could be easier. He's getting the rest out.
64.
Didn't play it like it was tough, did he? He just got down, knocked it in. This is good stuff, as I say, from Stan Moody. After the poor start, back on level terms.
'71.
So Moody misses that, but a fine 71. Doesn't want the in off. He's okay. He's okay, and Zhang Jun stays in his seat. 3-3. It's 2-2 on table 8. Anthony Kowalski and Jamie Jones, 6 points in it. Now, the first 2 frames here were both won on the black by Kowalski, but Jones has fought back well.
Yeah, we're going to see a lot of this type of frame over the course of the next day and a half now, and they make such a big difference. He's not played the best of safety shots there, trying to control the object ball, failing to do that, so chance for Jamie Jones.
Not to be. His fellow Welshman Jackson Page has levelled up 3-3 with Pang Jung-Soo. Just while we got a moment, World Snooker Tour have very graciously allowed me to do a competition for my book Pots of Gold, A History of Snooker. I don't know why I'm holding it up, because no one can see it, but I am holding it up here. It was published last year, and it is, as it sounds, a history of the first 100 years of professional snooker. There's interviews with lots of players, past and present, and it's really the story of this great game. And if you haven't got a copy, would like to win one, we're giving 2 away, 1 today, 1 tomorrow. So I'll just wait for Anthony to play this shot. And I thought I would start, the first question I thought we'd go right back to the start. So obviously we know the World Championship has been at the Crucible in Sheffield since 1977, but the first final was played 50 years earlier in 1927. So my question is, in which British city was the first World Championship final played? In which British city was the first World Championship final played? You can tweet me at Dave Hendon, and I will pick a winner later, and we will send a copy to you.
This is hotting up to be a cracking match on table 4 between Noppon Siankam and Liam Pullen. Liam landed a big body blow. The response has come from Noppon. He's got himself nicely in amongst them.
36.
Once again, Liam guaranteed the lead now going into this evening's session. Noppon looking to close the gap. Been a high scoring affair already.
He's won 2 matches at the Crucible in 4 appearances. He's beaten Luca Brissell and Sean Murphy there.
42.
Not had the best of seasons, as he's 45 in the world. He has fallen back a bit. Got to the semi-finals of the shootout, but of course it's not a big money event.
It just goes to show how taxing mentally professional snooker is. A couple of years ago, I was practicing an awful lot with Noppon on a regular basis, and he looked like a world beater at times as he agonisingly looks to see if he can get through to this black. I don't think he can. But he was spoken of the next big potential winner by many people. He was showing that sort of form. And he's just dropped off the radar. It just goes to show a few bad results and it can spiral. Can he find this good long blue? Dear me, what a shot this would be. Oh, and he couldn't have got any closer to it.
44.
Well, every credit for staying positive, but it was the previous red that would have been the disappointment there, failing to get on the black.
Yeah, so can Liam Pullen strike back? Big frame this, isn't it? If he could get to 6-2 with the chance for 7-2, then it's a big, big advantage coming back this evening. What a roller coaster it's been already for him today, breaking down on that 147 chance with the £147,000 bonus in the background.
Nine.
He is a very dedicated player, Liam Pullen, and you can see that in the way he plays this game. Every shot is a pint of blood, it looks like, to him. He gives every shot so much respect
15.
because he knows and appreciates the importance of every ball out there under the pressure. I once went to play Liam Pullen at the Northern Snooker Centre, Dave. We had a best of 25. He beat me 13-12. I'm not joking you. We started at 9 AM in the morning, finished at 6:30, and he said, we've shook hands, I've paid him the money, and he shook my hand and said, do you want 10 minutes? As if we was going to have another set afterwards. I could barely walk, I was that tired. That just shows how much of a hard worker he is. He loves the game.
Well, he just didn't get nice on the black and he's left it short, so that break in the end didn't come to much. And Noppen Senkarm will feel he should win the frame here to set up a big last frame of the day, or sorry, of the morning, because they're back at 5 o'clock. Remember, whoever qualifies, they won't know who they play until Thursday morning. The top 16 seeds are in one hat. The qualifiers will be in another. They'll be drawn out against each other. I think everyone says they don't want to play Saturday because if you come through the qualifiers, particularly Liam Pullen, who's played to play 4 matches, you might just want a couple of days to just reset.
8. Nine.
Well, Stan Moody, of course, was 3-1 down to Zhang Jun. We can pick it up here on the other side of the screen. 44 in front. He's just played a lovely split of the reds. So
45.
Potentially ploughing on into the lead. We saw him looking, he does quite a good line in looking fed up actually, Stan, didn't we, earlier? But when the chance came in that third frame, he took it. And he just seems to be improving as the day goes on. Noppen Senkarm 37 in front, so this black, well actually 40 in front, so this black either way is frame ball. So Pullen did have the chance, but he left himself that awkward black with the rest, and well, Noppen Senkarm has done the rest. Oh, Stan Moody though misses that one. with the rest.
26.
Well, it's could be significant. It's not left him nicely in, but it's a good chance to really get some momentum in this match.
One thing I have noticed with Stan so far today is his focus does look to be a little in and out. Every time he heads to his seat, he's very keen to have a look what's going on across the other side of the arena.
Okay, well, Noppen Sengom's definitely won that frame, the Moody Zhang frame in the balance, but table 1 is Matthew Stevens and Stuart Bingham, of course, a heavyweight clash, and Matthew Stevens with a chance to lead 4-2. I saw Stuart coming back after the interval, and there was various people trying to get his autograph. Obviously, you know, he's in the middle of a match. It wasn't their fault. They were just happy to see him, but it's worth remembering he is a former winner of this tournament. He knows what it's like to scale the mountain that is the Crucible. Missed out last year, though, which would have hurt badly on playing there. Michael Holt beat him in qualifying.
But Matthew Stevens still such a popular player on the tour. I often see people making their predictions of who they want to see come through these qualifiers on social media, and you know, the majority of people still would love to see Matthew Stevens be at the Crucible. Still a wonderful player on his day. Just left himself a little bit of work to do here. Now the red will pass the pink into this left corner pocket. It looks from this angle, and he's absolutely A1 on this black. So Matthew keen to see whether or not that green will pass the blue. It's very tight. It does pot into other pockets, so getting on the yellow may be key. Now has he landed dead straight? Because if he has, that would be no good to him. Yeah, it was quite a weak shot that he just played from that previous red, because he could have basically put his cue ball anywhere, and the only place he didn't want to see it land was dead straight. Any angle was perfect. Can he try and power this pink in and create? Oh, he's done well. Yeah, really well. How well has he struck that?
You just see the class, don't you, coming through. You know, Matthew Stevens, okay, recent years has struggled a bit, down to 48 in the world rankings, but on occasions like this, he does tend to come good. He lost a thriller last year, didn't he, to Wu Yiza on Judgment Day. I can tell you Stan Moody got back in that frame we were watching, so Zhang Jun needs a snooker. Otherwise it's 4-3 Moody. Michael Holt's looking good to pull frame 6 back against Zhou Yilong. Will be 4-2 to Zhou. Stevens needing green, brown and blue here. There's the green.
47.
Well, I think he might have been concerned with the cue ball going close to the brown from potting the green, and that's why he chose to try and screw away from it and come back down right side. It was an awkward position that he was left, but it could have landed a lot worse than this.
Well, he can't fail to be on the blue, so it's all about this shot. He knew he got it, shot, someone calls out from the crowd, and the blue is going to make it 4-2 to the twice runner-up Matthew Stevens. So they've got 3 more frames to play, and Matthew Stevens looking to try and build a sizable lead now. Now it's a real scrap on table 8, 2-2, another close frame. Remember, Anthony Kowalski of Poland won the first 2 on the black. He's 3 points behind here to Jamie Jones in frame 5 on the last red.
We could see quite a battle here on this final red. There's some big targets up in that balk area. Should a player get a chance to lay a telling snooker, you would expect them to go close. Just coming up to the 40-minute mark this frame. Every frame so important today, especially for Anthony Kowalski. There is so much on the line. Bidding to become his country's first ever representative at the Crucible. Not only playing for his first experience at the Crucible, but also playing for his tour card, his future for the next 2 years at least, potentially on the line today.
Yes, and it may be they don't get all 9 frames in because they'll be given time between sessions, so we'll see. Red is, well, just rolled past. Your good friend Oliver Lyons, Stephen, tomorrow. First time in final qualifying round.
Yeah, and it's been a long time coming for me. You know, I'm surprised he hasn't done better in the World Championships, if I'm being honest. I've rated him highly for a long time, not because I'm biased, but because he's a fabulous snooker player. Very hard worker, great grounding, great background. You know, plays at a great club and plays Liam Highfield tomorrow, which is an Anthony Hamilton stablemate clash, Dave. They're both under the good guidance of Anthony Hamilton now, so that'll be a big day for him as well.
Yeah, the sheriff himself. I've had a lot of answers to that question, by the way, but for the book, so thank you. I'll pick a winner later. I signed a book. A chap had one out before play started, but it wasn't mine. It was it was an old one Steve Davis had written, but I still signed it. So this frame just taking a bit of time to sort itself out. Liam Pullen with a chance to get to 6-3 here. He's in. It's been a memorable morning for sure with the maximum attempt, but ultimately he's come here to get to 10 frames, and if he can win this frame, he's 4 away from booking a Crucible debut.
Yeah, this has been a really good session of snooker from Liam Pullen's perspective, and let's just say he does go on to win this frame at this visit. I think Noppon will be delighted to be within 3, the level that Liam's reached so far today. But 6-3 feels like a big lead the way that he's playing. And he's got the balls available to do that now.
Yeah, and this is a tough match because he's playing a very experienced player, a player with a really good temperament, Noppon Senkam. Okay, he's not had the best of seasons, but if experience is an advantage, and you've got to think it is on Judgment Day, you know, to be 6-3 up against him, if he can push on here, that's a great morning's work. Oh, and just saying all that, he misses that red.
Yeah, 49.
Well, you can only put that down to a bit of a nervy one. one eye on the cue ball. But that was a straightforward pot, really, for someone of Liam's ability. The way he's played so far today, he's been knocking everything in.
2 box with table 8. Now, we were just watching table 8, and it was a bit of a battle on the last thread, but it looks like that battle has been won by Anthony Kowalski. He needs this blue to lead 3-2. He's won some tight frames, hasn't he, today? 2 on the black, and now 1 on the blue. So Jamie Jones outpointing him, but it's about frames. Just want to make sure the pink as well to stop the playing on. The black's not in a bad spot actually for a snooker. But in goes the pink. It's 3-2 Kowalski.
Well, I'll tell you what, this is a huge visit to the table for Noppon Sangam. He's pinched a couple of frames I can recall in this game already when Liam was nicely in front, and this will be the biggest of the lot. We just mentioned he would be probably pleased to get out of this session 6-3 down the way Liam's played, but if he could be 5-4 down, it'd be an absolute dreamland going into this evening. Which sounds strange for a player that would be still trailing in this match.
Yeah, and it's not only the fact it's not a bigger lead, it's the fact that Pullen had the chance to make it 6-2. He was in, it was in his hands. And he's going to have to spend the time between sessions reminding himself that he's played well and he's still in front. If Sangam can take these out, it's not won the frame yet. Jackson Page back in front against Pang Jung-Zhu, 4-3. Stan Moody did win that frame, we just saw it, of course, 4-3 upon Zhang Jun. Aaron Hill 3-2 over Dave Gilbert. Gao Yang still 3-1 up on a 7-5.
These are the sort of visits to the table where you learn quite a lot about a player. We know a lot about Noppon anyway, but you learn a little bit more from these visits. Has he got the clarity of mind? Has he got the presence of mind to just think clearly out there under pressure? Because the chance is there now, and all he's got to do is solve this little problem, take these balls in the correct order, unlock the frame, and if he can do that, he'll be so delighted with this session, there's no doubt about it. And it makes for a really intriguing finish to this match later on.
Yeah, this is where his natural sort of calmness, it's clearly an asset. Just take care on each shot.
20. $29.
Of course, he beat Zhang Anda, didn't he, on the black 10-9 a couple of years ago. 2023, in fact. So he's been involved in a bit of Judgment Day drama, because the year after he lost 2 years later, he lost 10-9 to Jackson Page in this round.
No, he's played a good shot there. He needed to leave that angle on the pink to just disturb those two reds. There was quite awkward to get access to them where the pink is on its own spot. So required the cannon and played it really well because it needed pace.
36.
Well, so far so good.
42.
No, hasn't got the best of angles on this red. Would have loved to have been just slightly high of it. Then he could have just played for the black and it was a formality, but the cue ball is going away from the black now, which doesn't pot into left corner. So this is quite a precise positional shot that he needs. Just look to stun across the face of the pink. Pink for left corner, drop down for the red.
43.
He's landed perfect. He just dug into it, hold for the right corner, and now he's primed to take this frame. Now the percentage play here is up for blue or bought colour. He's got the angle to play into a big area. If he plays up for a bought colour, it can't fail. If he plays for the blue, there's a chance he lands just the wrong side. Yeah, he's done well. He's thinking clearly. That's a good decision.
Yeah, just a very nicely compiled break this. Liam Pullen has just had to sit and watch it. Could have been 6-3. Arguably should have been. He was nicely in. Missed on 49. But he's going to be in front at the halfway stage. He's played well. Obviously the disappointment of not making the maximum. He has to park that. Put it to one side.
55.
But they've not taken long over their 9 frames. This is the first match to complete its session. So they'll have a good break, a good 3 hours before they restart. Brown and blue, and it's 5-4 as opposed to 6-3 to Liam Pullen.
62.
Well, this has been a world-class visit from Noppon as he puffs the cheeks because he knows he's not going to miss this blue. The job is done.
67. 73.
Yeah, really good stuff from both of them. That was an excellent break from Noppon Sengam, 80. But it is Liam Pullen who leads at the halfway stage, 5-4, and that should be great stuff later. We're just going to show you Aaron Hill. He's won the frame here, but just to show you that he's going 4-2 up on Dave Gilbert. This is a break of 65. So they've got 3 more frames, and we keep saying, you know, it's a rematch of last year. You can't get away from that, but I guess 12 months on, Aaron Hill has learnt a lot and will be determined to make it a different story this time.
Aaron Hill, 72 under frame.
Rob is going to replace me for the next half an hour or so, and well, it's all coming nicely to the boil.
Well, without getting too far ahead of ourselves here, it's reds and blacks for Pang Jung-soo, but more importantly, we're just creeping towards the business end of this session now. We're starting to get a better idea of how these matches will come back this evening.
Thought you might have jinxed it there. I was watching the end of that frame at 9th between Pullen and Sandcam in the press room. Liam Pullen will hardly be able to believe that he's only got a 1-frame cushion, having played so well for the majority of that session, but that's how it goes. Massive, massive last frame for Noppon. What a night tonight in that one from 5 o'clock.
But the psychology is everything in these matches, isn't it? Like you say, Liam's 5-4 up there, but it'd be Noppon that will be the more pleased of the two. And will that have any bearing on this evening's play? We'll find out later. You can't take your eyes off Judgment Day.
I also think there's a fair chance Kowalski and Jones might get pulled off. Could be a burning the midnight oil case tonight for the climax of that one if it stays very, very tight. 3-2 at the moment. Kowalski at the table on a break of 23 on table 8.
And he hasn't played the best of positional shots there, has he, Pang? Only up to 56. Long way to go in this frame yet, potentially. Oh, he's played a good shot on the red. Oh, he's got no chance of the black from there, you would feel. So doing the right thing, not being at all seduced by any thoughts of a maximum. Get the frame won. Of course, Pang Jung-Soo came through a bit of a thriller to book his place at Judgment Day, 10-9 against Dylan Emery. If there ever was a result that would sharpen you up for a big game, it would be a deciding frame finish.
Yes, and he's a player with a good record when it comes to Judgment Day. He's bidding for his 4th Crucible appearance in a row. This was always going to be juicy, this one. Jackson bidding for his 3rd, Pang for his 4th. Both of them have got that crucial belief. Just keeping half an eye, we'll stay with this. I'm just keeping half an eye on table 5. Michael Holt on a break of 25. Trying to claw his way back to Zhou Yulong, who started that match so quickly.
Well, he's played a nice little developing cannon there to bring the safe red off the cushion. And he's going along nicely. So we are just going to go over to table 5. That frame is well and truly in the bag for Pang. Whether or not he makes the century is yet to be seen, but just as we join table 5, Holty bang in trouble at 4-0 down. He's clawed it back to 4-2. He's got the balls at his mercy for a clearance, and would you believe it, Rob? A missed black off the spot. How costly are they?
And the previous shot, as we were watching the back end of Pang Jung-Soo, who's on a break of 94, he potted a brilliant red to bottom right with the rest. It was a horrible shot where he was leaning over towards the blue. So it looked like he'd given himself a brilliant platform to reduce the arrears to 1. But Holty will be fuming after that. Ripple of applause. Pang Jung-Soo has got into 3 figures. But what a time to produce a mistake just when he'd started to stop the Zhou Yulong rot.
No, and he's took a gamble there, Zhou Yulong, to bring the safer red into play. It hasn't finished perfect. Here's the miss black from Michael. Well, just what reason can you possibly put that down to? It was a bad strike. That was it, because he's missed it by a long way. And quite often a bad strike can result in a missed ball and it missing thin, and that's exactly where it missed.
Balls are nicely spread for Stuart Bingham on table 1. Let's stay with this for the moment just to see whether Zhou Yulong does punish Holty's miss black off the spot. Bingham in the balls, frame 7, trailing 4-2 on table 1. That really is the battle of the heavyweights. Former champion against 2-time former finalist.
Well, it might be a blessing in disguise, this, for Zhou Yulong, going up for the blue now, because he's got such a big area to play in behind those 2 reds. Any sort of angle, and he's absolutely perfect there. He can just run this cue ball off 1-2 cushions, play for both reds into multiple pockets. You're guaranteed to land. Wow, just how big could this frame be in the context of the match? This is such a huge visit for Zhou Yulong now. This would be a real body blow.
Well, and you know, at times, I mean, he's one of the nicest guys in the sport, Michael Holt, but he is so fragile mentally.
And you know that when you're playing him. I've played him this season out in Saudi Arabia, and when you get him under a little bit of pressure, you feel like you have got him, and Zhou Yulong will feel like he's missed the boat there.
Hussein Vefai, by the way, has just gone in off. So Gao Yang has gone 4-1 up now on the former shootout champion and UK Championship semi-finalist. Amateur last year, Gao Yang. On the circuit this year. That would be a big story if he was to beat Hussein Vefai as Holty settles himself again. Or tries to.
Yeah, he's flustered, isn't he? You can see he's quite an expressive character out there. He lets you know how he's feeling. I just wonder if perhaps there was something in his eye line as he was shooting towards the crowd in the distance. But he did the right thing there. Got back up, gave himself a little bit of a pat down and went again. This is not over yet though, this frame. This red is not easy to get on. It's going to have to be played from distance. Unless he looks at the pink. But I can't imagine he would entertain the more difficult pink at this stage. Oh, he's tried to hold the spot. And has he? Micah Kessler's coming round. Is he snookered? I think he's okay just.
Boy, oh boy, that was tight. Wanted a bit more there. Good display of nerve there though, having missed that black off the spot and then chuntering to himself as he goes round the table.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, he's done really well there, Michael. He has, because he was fighting with himself, you could just see. And that red that he's just knocked in was very, very missable. And having potted it, he'll be feeling loads more relieved. He was 4-0 down in this match, and now it's looking like he's back to 4-3. So this game is very much on.
Nicely done as well. Making sure he closes the door. Bingham's almost there in the 7th.
And Stan Moody's game on table 3 has just concluded its 8th frame. Stan from 3-1 down is now 5-3 up, so maybe feeling a little under the weather, but he's not letting his snooker show that.
Brilliant recovery after a slow start. Dave Gilbert's got what Dominic Dale would describe as an orchard of reds at his disposal. Needs to start turning things around. He's 4-2 down to Aaron Hill. Black's out of play.
So this frame well and truly in the bag for Michael Holt, and as I say, from 4-0 down, he's back to 4-3. 2 massive frames to come on table 5 to conclude this session. We're just going to dip in over on table 7. Hossein Vafai banging trouble in this match actually. 4-1 down to Gao Yang, but has a good chance to get something going here.
Yes, he needs to settle here and settle quickly. We'll keep half an eye on table 2 as well. Gilbert gradually working the table out. Black still out of play. He's on a break of 13. Trailing 4-2. Oh, what a test this is proving to be for Hossein Vafai. 10-2 in the previous round over the 15-year-old. Michael Svarovek. But Gao Yang has come through 3 matches so far. Jimmy, Mark Davis and Tom Ford. Taking these nicely so far. Vafai. Few little signs he's coming back to some form at the World Open. Made the quarters, beat Matthew Stevens, beat Willow and Zhang Anda before losing to Judd Trump. By far his best run of the season so far.
Didn't get nicely on the black, a little bit close to that cushion for comfort. Had to dig down on the cue ball. Pushed it offline, and this man is, of course, exerting that bit of pressure on him. 4-1 up. Those blacks become a little bit more difficult. Gets top side of the blue. Nice angle. Now I'll try and hit that top red as closest to the pink spot. Full ball here. Plenty of pace. Doesn't want to use the cue ball. He's got to keep it in the middle of the table if he can. Oh, his red's going to go in. A red's going to go in. That's unlucky. That is unlucky. Sometimes you can see a plant, you know, in the pack, but then sometimes you can't because just the way the ball's split at times. He never actually checked the pack, but I don't think he could have foresaw that plant into that corner pocket.
That was a touch unlucky. Can Hossein Vafai take advantage of his moment of good fortune? Gilbert's break now 41 over on table 2. He's working his way round with the black still out of commission. Came from 7-3 down against Aaron Hill last year to win a decider. But let's stay with this just for now.
Yeah, nice to get the black back on its spot. That was a handy little nudge off the brown just to bring that cue ball up the table. He is a wonderful cueist, Hussein Fafai. He really does cue the ball lovely. Got plenty of cue power. He's nice and straight. But sometimes you look at him and you think, well, is he really interested? He strolls around the table sometimes. It doesn't look like he's got a care in the world, or he's not even bothered sometimes. That's just the persona he sort of gives off. Obviously, it's not the case. He's very determined, likeable young man.
Oh, do you remember all that publicity that was on that second round match between him and Ronnie a couple of years ago?
You could forget that.
It was crazy. He was throwing the cue ball all over the place and just gift wrapping frames for O'Sullivan, and then they were all friends and hugging and almost kissing at the end.
Yeah, he tried to put her up to O'Sullivan, didn't he, by bursting the pack from the back of the pack. And then O'Sullivan duly made a century, total clearance or whatever it might have been. Said, how do you like those apples?
Yeah, O'Sullivan went, yeah, quite tasty actually. Any more?
Yeah.
That was a crazy match.
And it's something that you know, in the World Championships, you know, second round you're playing the greatest player that's ever played the game, and then you start sort of playing like that. It didn't make sense to me, you know.
Yeah, it was strange. It was going back to, he felt Ronnie was disrespectful of him in a German Masters match, wasn't he, when he was lashing the cue ball everywhere. But anyway, they've put that behind them. But it does show you he's not afraid to be his own man, Hussein Vafai, even on the biggest stages of all.
Yeah, absolutely. And there's just an element of this cue action, cue power, overrun this time. But that was the important ball, and that will reduce the arrears. This will just make sure that his opponent doesn't come back to the table.
And speaking of which, barring snookers, Dave Gilbert has got one back. He's worked really well around the pink spot with the black almost tied to the bottom cushion. So 4-2 is going to become 4-3. He's on a break of 76, and I think he needed that.
Yeah, just noticing, Rob, there's a lot of really close matches, isn't there? There's nobody actually running away with any match, which sometimes you get, but a lot of them will be really closely poised for the second session this evening.
I don't think we're having an early night tonight, Kenneth.
No. Well, we don't mind that. We like the excitement, we like the drama, the tension, and we like to see players perform under that type of pressure as well. That's what the crowd are here for as well. I love it.
Yeah, I mean, even the match that was looking as though it was going to be very one-sided, Zhou Yulong started like a steam train against Michael Holt, but Holty back to within one at 4-3. But these balls have been really nicely taken from Hussein Vafai. Lovely striker of the ball. Gilbert's finally got the black moving, and he's almost on to a century. So Hussein Vafai gets himself on the board. Let's head over to table 8, Kowalski and Jamie Jones. Now, there's half a chance, you would think. What are we now? Just checking the time. We're only 2:05 or whatever. Gilbert's got a century. Half a chance this could end up getting pulled off. This is tight, to say the very least.
Well, he's looking at the scoreboard. He's 37 ahead. He just pots the black, or maybe 44, and that would be a tall order for Jamie Jones. We'll try and pot the black, screw the cue ball back to the top cushion. Missed it. So one snooker required. And maybe a chance. I mean, he could play behind blue here with the cue ball. Just nestle off 2 cushions. Here we go. It's a good line. It's a good line. Is it a bit heavy? Yeah, good shot. Good shot. And he's got him here. I think if I was playing that black in for Antoni Kowalski there, he could have played it almost dead weight, couldn't he, Rob? Because even if he misses it, he's gonna hide it in the pocket there, and he wouldn't have sort of left that particular shot for Jamie Jones. So he's got to hit this red.
Yes, he could have made it a lot more difficult for him.
Oh, wow. Wow, that's unlucky.
Oh, that is unlucky. Terry Camilleri picking out the cue ball. Now, that was unfortunate.
Yeah, now he's got the chance, Jamie Jones. Pot the red and get on the black into that left centre pocket. He'll have to play this with a little bit of left-hand side, possibly, to maybe check it up off the top cushion. Unless he screws it in off 2 cushions, but you need a bit more pace in the cue ball there, so check it maybe. Yeah, he checked it. He didn't check it enough, though. That's a poor shot. He's not on the black. And he's going to have to take the black on. Otherwise, he's going to need 2 snookers.
Well, that's really well recovered by Jamie Jones, considering how little he's done this season. No shortage of bottle there.
No, he's a very tenacious type of player, isn't he, Jamie Jones? Chance here. Get the cue ball behind the pink this time. Oh no, what has he done there? He's played the wrong shot. Wow. Obviously gesturing that the cue ball has drifted slightly, but he had a chance to get the cue ball behind the pink and the yellow back down towards the black. And 25 points in the lead. Kowalski, just pot the yellow. Leave your opponent needing a snooker. Yeah, well played. Good pot.
Jones will be so annoyed about that, Ken. It was an excellent black just to get his toe hold back in, but just gift wrap that yellow.
Yeah, I mean, I know what he was playing, you know, putting the yellow on one side cushion, and cue ball on the other, but when you're playing a slow ball like that, and particularly against the nap as well, you're going up against the nap, there's also always the possibility that the cue ball is going to drift off. Because you're going against the grain of the cloth, you're playing a little bit of side. Now watch it, you see he's going against the grain here, he's trying to put the yellow over to the right hand side cushion, he's jumped up off it straight away, feeling that the cue ball has drifted, which it possibly has, but it's also a possibility when you play that shot, you know. And now, well, this doesn't look good. He's got away with it. He's got away with it indeed.
That could have been worse. Right. This looks like it's set to continue for a little while. Stuart Bingham was on 5 and 5, but now he's potted a blue on table 1. Why don't we head over to table 3 for Zhang Jun? He's on a break of 40, hoping to take the last of the session against Stan Moody. Moody weathered the early storm and is now in control. But this is an important visit for Zhang Jun. So many of these matches getting tight at just the right time from a neutral's perspective. But these reds are spread beautifully here, Ken.
Yeah, and I mean, you know, he'll be feeling very disappointed, Jean-Jean. He got back to that third frame. He was on 59, right into the middle, straight forward for a 3-0 lead. And he had Stan Moody in all sorts of trouble then. Let him off the hook, and now needs a good break here to just be only one behind before the final session later on. Starts at 5 p.m. It's not perfect. Okay, he's on the red up into the yellow pocket, but not as he played it. He's such a wonderful putter, this Jean-Jean. Played ever so well against Mark Selby back in the Welsh Open in Llandudno back in February. Can he knock this in? Get on the black. No. He's struggling. He really is.
Jean-Jean. 53.
Well, and if it's true that Stan Moody has had tonsillitis and had to check himself out of hospital, then it would make a win tonight, even more impressive.
Yeah, he did have tonsillitis, because I texted him the other day to wish him all the best, and he says, well, see what happens, because I've had tonsillitis 3 days before the qualifiers, so obviously he's still having problems with it, and he wasn't sure how he was going to perform. But you know, hats off to him when you've got something like that, and you're trying to nurse and play a pressure game and a pressure match like this Judgment Day. So it shows the commitment, doesn't it, to the players and what they really feel about this Judgment. And playing at the Crucible is so special. These two players have not played there yet, so whoever wins this match, it will be their debut, and that adds a bit of pressure as well.
Such a huge carrot for both of them. That was a beautiful red up into the yellow pocket. Some of the Chinese players, they just make the long pots look so easy. But what on earth has he done there? Given himself a brilliant platform. What was that all about?
Yeah, just stunning the black in with pace. And when you're bouncing the cue ball like that, the black jumps off the table, and any sort of connection on those rubbers around the pocket, it can lift up into the air. Unfortunately for Jean-Jean, it's lifted off the table, giving 7 points away, and what's worse, it's giving Stan Moody a chance of a counter-attack. Sometimes, there you see that. Well, both players are feeling a little bit of pressure now as he left it. If not, he's got an easy snooker, and he could pot this red into the yellow pocket. Might be worth a go, this, you know. Okay, he's got a straightforward snooker, but take the pot on, bring the cue ball down towards pink and black, and have a chance of winning the frame. 32 points in the lead. If he gets this and gets on pink or black here, he should win the frame. Needs to slow up. He's okay.
Jackson Page, by the way, has one hand on the last frame of the session against Pang Jung-Soo. Been a good visit of 62 for him so far, but let's stay with this just to see if Jean-Jean gets himself over the line. So many of these matches. Nothing to separate them. Pullen played so well against Noppon Siankam, but Siankam came back to nick the last, so that one's 5-4.
Played that nicely. got the perfect angle on the black here. He doesn't have to hit this too hard. He's make sure the black, obviously, that will put him 47 ahead with 43 remain. But just try and promote one of these reds towards the left centre pocket. Or right centre pocket.
Lovely touch. Bingham's over the line in the 8th. 4 apiece between he and Matthew Stevens. The battle of the heavyweights.
Yeah, big frame for Jean this, just to steady the ship a little bit.
21 in the frame.
Well, there's the handshake. So Zhang Jung needed that one. Funny session. Moody weathered the early storm. Nothing to separate them. Coming back after 9, as close as it could be. Jackson Page has done most of the hard work in this frame. Nearly there, barring Snookers. Zhou Yulong on a break of 52 against Michael Holt.
Let's head over to table 2 because Pang Zhongzhu needs a couple of snookers here. A bit of safety here, but as you can see from the reds, one mistake could be very, very costly. Bit of movement. The other table is finished, so they've just taken a little walk around the table, just compose himself, let the crowd settle. He doesn't have a straightforward shot here, you know. Pathway down the left-hand side of the table is all blocked up. Is he going to be forced into taking on a pot here? It's what he does. If he can't see a proper safety shot, he's no problem trying to take on a difficult pot. He might need to get it here.
He can be frustrating to watch, Dave, and I don't mean that in a disrespectful way. I really, really enjoy watching him play snooker, but he's so good, but he sets incredibly high standards of himself, and he can get himself in a really good position in a match. But if he produces something that frustrates him, you can see he gets so irate with himself.
Yeah, I think that's the problem, isn't it, with his game, that he's sort of he's too hard on himself when things are not going well, and his head sometimes can drop down. He can be a little bit fragile mentally, and maybe that has been his Achilles heel, because I mean he's such a wonderful cueist and a wonderful break builder. Sometimes he's his own worst enemy at times, and you can see he wears his heart on his sleeve as well, which is not always good body language, because that gives off negative vibes for yourself, but also positive vibes to your opponent. You know, when your opponent picks up on that, and it gives him a boost.
Yes, it's heart on sleeve in a slightly different way from that which we see from Michael Holt. I mean, bless him, with Holty, sometimes you're watching him in a match and you could be forgiven for thinking it's an exhibition. He'll be talking to the crowd, talking to himself. I don't think he does it deliberately to put off the opposition. With Dave, it's more a case of the wry smile and the sarcastic shrug of the shoulders to himself. But you certainly know how both of them are feeling. And there again.
You were saying?
Usually it's silent. But he's absolutely fuming. Just a little tap on the thigh with a clenched fist there.
Now, Does Aaron put him back in? Or has he got a shot, a free shot at a pot here? No point in putting him back in. If you've got like a straightforward shot to nothing, red is close to the pink spot. I think that's the one. Cue ball through the gap and back up for pink or ball colour if this goes in. Now, is he going to get a kiss on the brown? Otherwise, he won't be on anything. Oh, a little kiss on the brown would have been nice there, wouldn't it? Yeah. He certainly won't take the brown on, but he might nestle up behind the green. But a little bit twitchy, these shots, dead weight.
He said he deserved a little nudge there. It was a nicely taken red.
Doesn't want to leave this short. And make sure you hit the green. Yeah, he made sure. Well, I'm not quite sure whether he's got the snooker or not. Is there room past the green to just find the edge of the red for a safety shot back to baulk? Maybe there is.
So concerned about making sure he made contact with that green that he's left a bit of a gap. Stan Moody and Zhang Shun 5-4, they're off for a break. Pullen 5-4, Noppon Siankam. Jackson Page 5-4, Pang Zheng Xiu. Zhou Yulong 5-3, one more to play between he and Michael Holt. Remember, Holty's come back from 4-0 down in that one. It'd be massive if he could nick the last, as Noppon Sankam did against Pullen on table 4. And still Kowalski and Jamie Jones embroiled in the early stages of the 7th. Could be a long afternoon for them and a long evening for us. Don't worry, you won't miss a single beat.
It's just a beautiful pot, wasn't it? He's on the pink as well as the blue, believe it or not. Didn't see the pink there, but he's got a perfect angle. Knock the pink into the green pocket. And just try and get on one of these reds just to the right of the pink spot. Into this bottom right corner pocket.
And that just sums up Dave Gilbert. He goes from exasperation to nonchalant brilliance in the blink of an eye, and sometimes back again. That's why we love watching him.
Slightly overhit, but he's on this red.
7.
Into this bottom right corner pocket now. What's he going to play for? Is it blue or ball colour?
Eight.
Bingham's in first on table 1. Last frame of the session between himself and Matthew Stevens. The Welsh Dragons started really well. Bingham has the first opportunity to try and ensure he returns with the slenderest of leads at 5 o'clock for the second half of Judgment Day Part 1.
Yeah, judged that nicely. Wasn't sure where he was going to go. Full ball into the blue and screw him back off that green, but just managed to just go to the side of the blue. It gives him the opportunity to take this red again into this bottom right corner and hold for the pink this time. Yeah, he'd like to take the red next. It's closest to this bottom right corner pocket because that would open some more reds into that pocket. come around again, just to know exactly where he wants to leave the cue ball.
It's become almost like a ranking event in its own right with qualifiers at the English Institute. Good attendances the last few years. Quite a few people who can't get the time off, or for one reason or another can't make their way to the Crucible, can come here instead. I think it's only 12 quid for an all-day ticket. Come down and join us tomorrow. I know some of the children are still on their Easter holidays, and there's a couple of lads in the crowd hopefully enjoying it. By the way, Hossein Vafai about to claw one back against Gao Yang, 4-2, close to becoming 4-3. Important couple of moments in that match for the Iranian former shootout champion. But let's stay with this. Bingham's break is now up to 31 on table 1, 4 apiece with Stevens. Zhou Yu Long in first, and the last frame of the session in his encounter with Michael Holt, hoping to make it 6-3 at the halfway stage.
Yeah, just gone is already going to be guaranteed as 5 matches that just one frame separates them. There's 5 5-4s already. It's going to be guaranteed. And there's a couple there, 4-2, and it looks pretty close as well. I mean, I've never known it so tight in all the years that we've been doing Judgment Day. I've never known a session like this where all the matches have been really, really close.
Hossein Vafai, yeah, it's been incredible drama. Hossein Vafai almost there in the 7th, but he's just had a foul, and Gao Yang is making good use of a free ball, so it's not completely done and dusted on table 7. But I agree with you, Ken, we are in for some mighty, mighty tight finishes tonight. We'll be getting interviews with absolutely everybody, and you won't miss a single beat of drama. And as we watch these crucial moments for Dave Gilbert, trying to level things up and ensure therefore that there be yet another 5-4 scoreline. Stuart Bingham, by the way, on a break of 45 now on table 1. Messrs Hallworth and Hendon are poised again and ready to take us through the climax of the first half of Judgment Day Part 1. And what a day it's turning out to be. Cracking afternoon for the crowd, and hopefully you're enjoying the coverage wherever in the world you're watching. It's going to get ever so tight and ever so late tonight.
Thanks to Rob and Ken, and we'll be seeing and hearing more of them later. But as for now, yeah, it's a very tight session, isn't it? No more than 2 frames between all the matches. It's a question of whether they'll all get the frames in now. They're not going to start a frame after 3 o'clock, so they've got about half an hour. But anyway, exciting session this evening for the crowd here and everyone watching around the world on YouTube and WST Play. Gilbert 41 in front. Needs a couple more reds here.
Yeah, and the issue for Dave is that it's not all that easy to get on another red from where he's landed. I just wondered if he was going to take a little gamble from that previous red in potting it, play the little cannon to the 2 directly above it, but maybe it wasn't on. He will know best from behind the shot. Now it's going to be the scenic route to try and get on a red. Well, he's looking at a pretty tough shot here. The angle he's got on this pink, to play the little cannon to the 2 will require a lot of left-hand side.
Well, some crucial moments in various frames, including table 8 now. Anthony Kowalski stolen 3 frames, 2 on the black, 1 on the blue. And look at this, he needs pink and black to take another one and to take a 5-2 lead over Jamie Jones.
Well, it's not just the match scores that are close, the frames on table 8, as you say, can't get much closer. The crowd getting the money's worth on trap 8 today. He's showing great character so far, Anthony Kowalski. We've mentioned what's on the line for him today. He's a fabulous ball striker, by the way, and that was an example of it. He couldn't have cued that any better. That was the sweetest of strikes, and he's absolutely perfect on this black.
Third black ball steal coming up for Poland's Anthony Kowalski. In it goes. Amazing. 5-2. Could have been such a different story there. So 5-2. Meanwhile, Gilbert now 47 in front, 51 on. So he's going to need another red there if he is to level up. Going to go to table 5 as well, just to keep across show you long. Just on the Jamie Jones-Anthony Kowalski match, Jones has scored 50 more points and he's 5-2 down. But that's the close frames, obviously, that's done that. So Zhou Yulong looking to take a 6-3 lead. Now, no one else has managed to pull away to that extent. Kowalski might, of course, in terms of end of session. This would be the biggest scoreline so far.
Yeah, and if it does end 6-3, I don't think Michael can really be too disappointed with getting out of the session just 3 behind, considering that he was 4-0 down in this game. It could have been all so much different as well, but he's played very well, Zhou Yulong.
Well, it's also very close last frame on table 1 that we want to keep across. So there it is on the right hand side. Matthew Stevens and Stuart Bingham. 4-4. 32 behind. He needs them all to take a 5-4 lead. Two players who've played a lot of big matches at the Crucible. Bingham, of course, winning the championship. Matthew Stevens, runner-up in 2 finals.
37.
Ooh, well, whatever was on the bays won't be troubling him again there. But it's the positional shot that he's concerned about, where he's left himself.
It's not the first time I've seen him do that today. I'm convinced that he feels the cloth isn't maybe playing as quick as it should be, or as quick as he expects it to play. Presumably they've been recovered overnight. brand new for the Judgment days, and well, he's going for the hampered left hand. Oh, stop it.
Well, it's an incredible shot, isn't it? Meanwhile, Zhou Yilong's broken down, but he's 61 in front, 51 on, so it's looking like 6-3. But Matthew Stevens, what a wonderful yellow, because he clearly was unhappy before he played it.
How well has he played that, by the way? Anybody that's ever tried to hold a cue using their bad hand, shall we say, it feels like the worst thing in the world. Never mind when you're cueing over another ball. That was extremely good. Well, he's already cleared up once on Stuart Bingham in this session. In the 6th frame, can he do it again?
Zhou Yilong confirms 6-3, although Michael Holt came back well in that session, so you know you wouldn't rule out a comeback this evening, but Zhou Yilong 4 frames from a return to the Crucible. And it would be his 4th appearance. Matthew Stevens looking at his 19th. Hasn't played there since 2022, it's been 4 years, but this black, and he's going to hold a slender advantage. Coming back at 5 o'clock. So it is 5-4 to Matthew Stevens. It's 6-3 to Zhou Yilong. And here is table 7, Gao Yang and Hossein for 5, 4-3. Dave Gilbert won that frame, by the way, so 4-4 with Aaron Hill, and they're going to play their last frame. So we've got, yeah, so many tight matches. 5-4 Stevens over Bingham, 5-4 Moody over Zhang Jun, 5-4 Pullen over Senkam, 5-4 Jackson Page over Pang Zhengzhou, 6-3 Zhou Yilong over Michael Holt, 4-3 here, 5-2 Kowalski, of course, over Jamie Jones. So all of a sudden, Stephen, there's only 2 matches actually left on.
Yeah, I agree. What a tight session this has been. I can't ever remember a first session of Judgment Day where you still cannot confidently predict any winners of any of these matches. It makes for an extremely exciting finish this evening.
Yeah, I mean, you'd expect maybe 1-7-2. We might get one here, of course, with Kowalski. But otherwise, yeah, well, it's still hard to sort them all out.
Yeah, it feels like we need a response from Jamie Jones. He's lost those close frames, as you've mentioned, but neither player really able to take a grip of this match. Even though Anthony Kowalski has got the lead, he's burgled a few frames from his opponent, so he'll probably be thankful that he has that 3-frame cushion. But of course it counts for nothing if you can't extend that lead going into tonight. We're going to see so much more snooker this evening. These matches could turn on their head very, very quickly. Well, it's a good chance now for Jamie Jones. He's managed to negotiate his way down to the heavy scoring zone on this table. He'll be looking to remove the red just left of the black as soon as possible, you would feel, as that is just a slightly hampering position on the black. And that's perfectly played, and once this red disappears, he can look to get to work. His cue ball control is important now, because with blue and pink out of play, he'll want to keep himself down this end for as long as possible, making sure he gets the right angles on his reds to stay on the black. Yeah, and already that might have gone slightly wrong. Might be up for Bort colour now. And once again we'll look to navigate his way back down nicely on a red to stay on the black.
Well, just while we got a moment, I did set that quiz question earlier, and I've had so many. I've just been scrolling through all the answers. Most people got it right. I asked where the first World Championship final in 1927 was held. The answer is Birmingham, Campkins Hall. It was a billiard hall, and the actual the final was actually part of a billiards match. They played it at the end of the billiards match. That's where snooker was in those days. Times changed, of course. It's now a craft ale bar. That's a side issue. That's not part of the competition. But anyway, the prize was a copy of my book, Pots of Gold, and the winner is Jack Dolan. Jack, I'll message you and get your address, and you'll get a copy, and we'll do another quiz question tomorrow. By the way, the book is available on sale as well. I should say that.
And by the way, it's a fabulous book, Dave. I've read it, and it's brilliant.
Thank you very much. And if you're one of those people who doesn't like reading books, there is an audio book which I spent 3 days recording myself. So if you want to listen to me reading it, struggling to sleep or something, then it is available.
Again, Jamie just desperately searching for some way in which he can stay on the black. He's landed his cue ball in a spot where there is a little bit of work to be done. Oh, as Hossein plays a great split on table 7, he'll be cursed not to land on a red. And the little resigned throw of the chalk tells us that he isn't on one.
Well, we should say table 2 as well is continuing. It's 4-4 there, Aaron Hill and Dave Gilbert. So there's 3 matches on. Just going to keep across this one, Jones and Kowalski. Now, Jamie Jones will feel he maybe should be in front himself, but it feels like a must-win frame now, this. He's 48 in front. He must put this away. And surely he's going to now, because this black will be 56 in front with 51 on.
Little side eye at the scoreboard there. He knows that this black is the one. And then it goes safely. So he closes the gap at the very least.
59.
Well, we'll see if they start another frame. They may start one. There's no sort of hard and fast rule. It's play it by ear really for tournament directors. I think you always want to give the players a proper break. It's going to be a huge session tonight, so it's just a question of whether they feel it's worth starting one or not. I know one thing though, tonight it's going to be some session on all 8 tables. Jamie Jones, of course, made a great debut appearance at the Crucible 2012, reached the quarterfinals. He's played there 6 times in total. Last was 2 years ago, 2024.
Well, someone like that in the crowd. And why wouldn't you? Great decision there to try and lift the brown from the low angle on the black. Couldn't have wished for a better outcome either in terms of position on the yellow. So chance to keep this century break hunt alive. And in goes the difficult brown as well. Needs that cue ball to keep running. Go on, get up there. Big double is it then? Blue and pink required for the century. Well, it's got a chance. It's got a chance. Well, maybe a back-to-back double for the ton.
Well, not to be, but he's shown good resolve here because he's lost 3 frames on the black, 1 on the blue, but he's kept his head up, 97, 5-3, and it looks like they are playing another frame. Hossein Vafai, 42 in front, 4-3 down to Gao Yang. Just 1 ball potted so far in the 9th frame of Gilbert Hill. It's 4-4, of course. The draw will be 8:45 on Thursday morning. Neil Robertson will be in attendance on BBC Radio 5 Live. Well, we hope he will. Don't go to Radio 4 or something, Neil.
Yeah, there's every chance that that could happen as well.
Well, how big an error will that be? May have got away with it, actually. Yeah, I think from Hussein's reaction, he's pretty clear he has. He's one of 9 players to be the solo representative of his country at the Crucible. Obviously Iran in his case. There's some interesting countries. Obviously Dino Kane, the late Dino Kane, represented New Zealand. There was an Icelandic player there one year, Christian Helgason. Quite an enigmatic character. Only qualified there once. Of course, Michael Giorgio from Cyprus. Robin Hull from Finland. Marco Fu, Hong Kong. Kurt Mafflin, Norway. Alex Ursenbacher, Switzerland. And of course, Luca Brissell. So far the only Belgian, but Ben Mertens will be playing tomorrow. So could possibly become the second. So far 14 Chinese players have played at the Crucible, but there's going to be more guaranteed. If not this year, then in the future.
Well, he's got the chance to maybe pull the trigger here, Gao Yang. I'm not sure he will. He's got another option to lift the safer red from the side rail. He's just got to be wary here. He is trailing and chasing in this frame, but it's quite a nice table to come to should you get the chance. So he doesn't want to cheaply give away an opportunity for Hussein to put it to bed. And it's decision time. Well, while we just wait for this exchange to unfold, just quickly dip back in at table 2, the final frame of the session. Gilbert's nicely in amongst them. 35 the lead, break goes to 34. And I suppose for those hoping for a repeat of Judgment Day last year and this match going the full 19 frames,
40.
You've had the perfect start. It's going to be 5-4 either way.
Yeah, Gilbert has scored well, but Hill has picked off some of the scrappier frames, so it's either way set up nicely.
41.
Dave Gilbert a 1-4-1 and a 1-2-6 in this match.
Well, he's got a delicate little one here as Dave. Cue ball quite close to the object ball, which means he might just have to nip this white in and out, get the cue and rest out of there as quick as he can. Make sure you get the pot. The reds will be brought into play. Yeah, perfectly played. And now has the balls at his mercy to take that 5-4 lead.
We've had it confirmed that on table 7 it's 4-3 to Gao Yang over Hossein Verfai, as we can see there. This will be their last frame. They won't know that right now, but they won't start another one. But it's looking very likely to be 4-4. And another one set up perfectly for 5 o'clock tonight.
Well, I thought for a moment there that Dave was on that pink, but clearly doesn't pass the red, so it's going to be the more difficult blue. A little bit of work to be done with the cue ball as well. Oh, but hasn't he struck that like a dream?
Yes, he's such a great cueist, Dave Gilbert. It really is, and it's been not his best season. I think, you know, he's had some off-table issues to think about, as everyone does, but invariably seems to come good on this Judgment Day, as Aaron Hill knows only too well from last year. Verfai, meanwhile, should be over the line here, 54 in front. There is another red up by the green, though, so he still needs this black in. And then Gao Yang will need a snooker. And wouldn't you know, it's just awkward.
Well, Dave Gilbert looking for one more red.
20.
And he does have it. It's a thin one to the left corner or a thin one to the left middle. Oh, what a shot Hussein has played there, by the way.
Yeah, and a terrific red from Gilbert, which is effectively frame ball for 5-4. So these two sessions coming to an end, and it means we've got just one match still on, the Kowalski-Jones match, 5-3, just 4 points on the board in the 9th frame there. Bottom line is, all 8 matches are close. OK, Zhou Yilong is 6-3 up, but even that, we know that can be recovered. But all the others are just basically all 5-4, or in this one, goes to this one 4-4 on the left-hand side. Gilbert breaks down, but, well, there's only one snooker needed, so obviously Aaron Hill will play on there, but barring that, it's 5-4 to Gilbert. So 4-4, and the players will be informed shortly that that is end of session. Yeah, that's referee telling them. So let's go to table 8 then and enjoy this last frame between Jamie Jones and Anthony Kowalski. It's been such an exciting match this, with Kowalski stealing all these close frames, but Jones has hit back well. We saw that good break in the last frame, 97.
And really what neither player needs is a long frame now, because they just want to get out there, reset, refresh, and come back ready for this evening's session.
Big frame though, isn't it? You know, you can understand why both will want to win it. Jones to stay in touch, Kowalski to just get that clear blue water. Oh dear. Well, I know the Polish Eurosport commentators, because they're their own Polish language commentators, they would be very excited by this match, and of course more so if Anthony were to make it to the Crucible and break new ground for his country there. And he's aware of all that as well. He's trying to do it for himself, of course, but also for Polish snooker. So there's a lot riding on it, and as we've already mentioned, if he wins the match, he keeps his tour card. If he doesn't, he's relegated from the tour. So, I mean, it couldn't be bigger, really.
And it's worth saying as well, the contrast between the emotions that he will be feeling at the end of play tonight. It's hard to really explain just how high he'll be feeling or how low he could be feeling, and that's the brutality of this sport.
There'll be tears either way, won't there? Whatever happens. Certainly if Rob's involved.
I was going to say, that's just from Rob.
Gilbert did win that frame. Hill didn't get the snooker, so 5-4. So this now the only match still on, and this obviously the last frame of this first session of what's been a really interesting judgment day thus far. And the headline is that it's going to be a close run thing tonight, with all matches coming back with not much in it. Well, this could be behind blue. Not quite. Reminder, Kowalski was 7-2 up on Joe O'Connor in the last round, 110-8. He actually made a good 89 at 8 each. You know, you think the pressure's come on, he responded. Jamie Jones beat Matt Selt 10-3, which was more one-sided than a lot of people would have predicted, I think. Selt's got a good record of qualifying. Caught that too thick, though. He's caught that too thick. So, can Kowalski fashion something here?
Yeah, and just on those, or that result for Jamie Jones, he's come through both of his matches in this qualifying process, both games 10-3, so he's not been tested really, and he's certainly getting tested today. Anthony Kowalski will feel match sharp the way that he came through that game against Joe O'Connor, having seen his big lead disappear quickly, responded well at the end, so he'll be probably better placed of the two, if you can say that, but we'll see. Tonight will tell us a lot more. Well, he's got the yellow to middle here, which would be the preferred choice rather than the green. He's just off straight low, I think he is. He's absolutely perfect to run this white down for these reds. but what a time for that to happen. You could see the reaction. He's furious with himself. That was a perfect chance to get going in this frame and really open up a gap in this match. Can Jamie Jones find a visit here? Black is available.
I think what's made Jones dangerous in these qualifiers, he came into them thinking he probably had to win his first match to stay on tour. He beat Gradinari 10-3. Now, he may actually have stayed on if he'd lost it, but he didn't know that at the time. So there was a lot of pressure. But once he won that match and had nailed down the tour card, obviously he was able to relax a bit. I'm not saying you can relax very much here, but at least he'd put that one to bed. It's from a real stronghold for snooker in Neath in South Wales. Went to school with Daniel Wells, of course, who's qualified last year.
No, it's not going to be straightforward to get through the reds here in potting this red. He'd love for some sort of natural angle, but I don't think he's got it. No, he had to trust a little bit to the lap of the gods there, and it's not worked out. It's end of break.
Bit of a sigh as he contemplates going back to the safety. All the colours off their spots here. Proper old qualifying frame, this. How was your campaign, Stephen? Obviously you won your first match and then lost to Alan Taylor.
Yeah, disappointing really with how I played against Alan. You know, I played good in my first game and felt really good, enjoyed the match. Just couldn't seem to get anything going, whether or not just tried a little too hard when it wasn't going well, and sometimes that can be a bad spiral and things can go from bad to worse. But yeah, the conditions were tough. We both struggled. Neither of us played well, and I think it was just a case of who played a little bit better on the day, and in the end the verdict went the way of Alan. I didn't really compete in that match, which was the disappointing thing, but it's been a half decent season on reflection. I've done more this year than I have in any previous year on the tour, so yeah, plenty to work on for next season.
Well, meanwhile, this is danger for Jamie Jones. Red spread everywhere, and he's snookered on all of them.
Well, if he's looking for the two-cushion glancing blow, he's got to tread very carefully here. The slightest of misjudgments and you catch a red fault.
Terry Camilleri will make the replacement.
Well, the issue that Jamie's got with this shot is it's the sort of shot you like to play with a little touch aside on the cue ball. In this scenario, it would be right-hand side. I always find it's just a little easier to judge that way, but it's not really available to him because the right-hand side takes him dangerously into the reds here, and he's not got a lot of angle to play with off the second cushion. It wouldn't be a surprise to see him miss this again. Possibly go closer to the black this time. He's just trying to gauge his line. Oh, he's just about caught it, and yeah, okay, he's got a half decent flick off the black. Not as played, but he'll take it.
Look at the big colours now though. Pink, black, blue. None of them any good basically. Could just get those other colours safe, and then basically it'll be a frame that never ends.
Well, there was a frame the other day that I saw between Peter Lyons and Scott Donaldson, and it was an absolute classic Peter Lyons frame, because it was the one that he needed to get over the line in the match in the end. And all 6 colours at one point were welded to cushions, tight as they can be, in the middle of the cushions as well. Scott didn't have a clue where he was or what to do. But it just goes to show what the players go through out there. It's win at all costs in this environment.
Well, a bit of shoe leather on the cue ball here, just because, as I say, the colours are not really any good, and it's Cannon that red, so it's hard work, this frame, but it's an important frame. 6-3 or 5-4 at half time. But he nails the double. Just hasn't landed nicely on anything. At least that gets the pink on its spot. Yeah, because we had the 82-minute frame, didn't we, with the decider, Jordan Brown and Ian Burns. Jordan had led 6-0, possibly again playing for his tour card. 9-all on the black. Ian Burns had got the snooker on the pink, but Jordan Brown did pot the black. It was gone midnight. But you will be at the Crucible, Stephen. Despite not qualifying, you'll be there for the BBC.
Yeah, I can't wait. It's going to be amazing to see a different angle of the matches. You know, obviously qualifying was the goal, but I get to go and experience it all, and you know, see these players come through and the stories that are going to unfold, because you know, we'll have had 10 days of real solid snooker here at the Institute, and to see where it all, you know, culminates in the Crucible Theatre, taking on the top 16 players. You know, it's going to be great to be a part of that. I can't wait.
Well, I think they kind of both maybe need the break, although they're not going to have a long one. Yeah, I once commentated there with Ronnie O'Sullivan, one of the finals. He'd been knocked out early in the tournament, and he was working for Eurosport, and he sat down at the start and he said, "Oh, what a great arena." And I thought, well, surely you know that by now, you've won it all these times here. But of course he'd never seen it really from that view. He'd always sat in the player's seat with all the pressure on of playing. Actually seeing it objectively from the commentary box, you know, reminded him of just what a wonderful arena it is when you don't have the pressure of trying to win it.
Yeah, one of my earliest memories of snooker was actually when my dad took me to the Crucible Theatre for the very first time. We sat right on the top row, looking down, side view of one of the tables, and it's just the best place ever for snooker players, and I'll get the luxury of being able to see it all once again, because I've not really been to watch that much snooker at the Crucible, you know, since getting on the tour and trying to qualify myself. I've sort of distanced myself from going because I want to go and experience it there as a player. But it'd be great to see, and I can't wait.
Well, it sort of feels like a decider, which of course it isn't, but all sorts happening now. Just testing the patience of the players. 22 minutes this frame, the last frame of the session on any table. If you are just joining us, the scores are Matthew Stevens 5-4 up on Stuart Bingham, Dave Gilbert 5-4 up on Aaron Hill, Stan Moody 5-4 up on Zhang Jun, Liam Pullen 5-4 up on Noppen Senkarm, Show You Long 6-3 up on Michael Holt, Jackson Page 5-4 up on Pang Jung Zhu, 4-4 Hossein Vafai and Gao Yang. They've come off one frame early. Meanwhile, there's a lot of sighing and sort of shaking of heads and general unhappiness here.
Yeah, he looks a bit lost, doesn't he, here, Kowalski? He's got no clue what to play, and you can understand why. The red in baulk is causing problems. He's probably feels like he can't gain any advantage whatsoever from whatever shot he plays. And in the end, he's actually given away the advantage completely. There goes a rapid the cue. The first of many you would expect over the course of the next day and a half. It's a sound we've become familiar with over the years, shall we say, in these qualifying environments. Of course, we saw the fist of Maguire come laying down on the side rail yesterday.
Yeah, one of the great traditions of the World Championship. But of course, he was beaten. He will not be taking part in Judgment Day tomorrow. Liam Highfield knocked him out of play Oliver Lyons tomorrow. Oh well, more cause for a puff of the cheeks and a sigh and a general despair.
Oh, he really built that shot up as well, didn't he? Stood behind it, he's wiped his cue down, he's steadied himself, all for nothing in the end. I think he built that shot maybe to be a little bit more than it actually was. Saw it as an opportunity to get this frame won and falls at the first hurdle. So the bang of the cue from Kowalski did him the world of good there, because the snooker gods have listened.
But that was his fault, leaving it there. There was nothing to do with anyone else, and he knows it.
Yeah, it's saving grace here, maybe the red in baulk, because he can just drop this in. I think it's 2 cushions natural to get on that red. Just make sure you pop the pink. Well, he's managed to hold 1 cushion, and fair play, that's a pretty decent shot.
Well, the green's gone over the pocket, so that's possible.
Now, if he can avoid the brown, he's got such a big area to swing this cue ball in 1, 2, 3, maybe 4 cushions. Yeah, it's a great line. He's played it really nicely. And now, the big shot. Probably go up for a baulk colour here, just to cue this a little more positively. And he did do, and he's missed it. And there's a slap of the leg.
Yeah, a bit of a self-punishment being administered. So Jones 21 behind. Well, it's a frustrating game, isn't it? And we're seeing that frustration from both. Nothing's happening for them.
Oh, and just to make it worse, he's got no touching ball either. He's in, well, no man's land. He's got nothing available to him.
Double checking the touching ball, but well, he's having a look. Asking Terry Camilleri to have another look. Now Anthony Kowalski's having a look.
Well, I might go and have a look. Yeah, it's put the referee in a bit of a position here, because Jamie's queried it, which is right to do so. But Terry's saying it definitely wasn't to begin with. So now it has to not be touching ball, because it's the referee's first assessment that is.
I'm relying on you being right there, and I've checked there, and it's touching.
It wasn't Jamie. I mean,
I know that, but how can I know that you're right when I've checked it and it's touching? How can that be right now that you're moving it?
It must have rolled. But when I checked it, it wasn't.
I respect that, but how can I know that you're right when I've checked it and it's touching? I just checked that ball and it's touching. You know, you might have made a mistake. I'm not questioning your refereeing, but you might have made a mistake.
Yeah, but when I checked it, I mean, I was 100% that it wasn't touching.
I know, but I checked it and it's touching and you're moving the balls apart.
Yeah, because it wasn't touching.
So you're assuming it's table's fault then?
Yeah, it wasn't touching. No,
I can't work out, so I'll be honest with you.
Well, I think we all heard the discussion. Jamie was saying Terry Camilleri was convinced it wasn't touching. Jamie came and had a look, it was, and he's saying, well, basically, how do I know you were right? But the referee did have a look, and that was his honest assessment. So he's had to move the cue ball away from the pink, so it's not touching.
Yeah, and it's frustrating for Jamie because you can see his point, but Terry Camilleri is absolutely correct in his decision there. You know, as players, you rely on the referee to make the call as they see it. That is deemed the correct call. Terry was convinced it was touching, so therefore it can't be touching. It's as simple as that. Of course, it wasn't what Jamie Jones wanted to see there.
Look, we're not right down there. We can't say one way or the other. What I will say is I like how Terry Camilleri dealt with that. He wasn't, you know, the other referee might be a bit more officious about it and sort of try and put the player in their place. He didn't. He was just very polite and said, look, when I looked, it wasn't touching. And Jamie maybe not happy, but he accepted it. And now he's got to accept a wonder pot from Anthony Kowalski. He was sort of a bystander, wasn't he? But he was quite an interested one. He was listening to what was being said. And anyway, now on the front foot again.
Just finally on the point that Jamie Jones made, he said that he had to rely on Terry making a correct call. Well, that's the job of a referee, isn't it? That is their job, to make the correct call. So, yes, you have to accept the decision has been made. But what a pot that was from Anthony Kowalski into the middle, by the way. I mean, Jamie Jones will be absolutely seething if he leaves this arena 6-3 down now. But that was a fabulous red he's just knocked in.
Yeah, and he played there as well to hold the pink spot, so he'd be on that red. So despite everything that's gone on, he's still thinking. There's a red safe on the left-hand side cushion that he won't need.
Well, if he feels like he's not going to pot this pink, there's value in just nestling it to the cushion and getting that out of play as well. Because he doesn't want to go up table and bring black or blue. He can't see any of the baulk colours. And that's if he doesn't feel like he can pot it. He has just had a little look at the potting angle. If he pots this, he goes into the two reds, potentially. Big shot. Well, he's avoided the reds, but he's got the 6 points.
Yeah, so 34 in front. They're not going to have long, these two, to get ready for the next session. It starts in about 1 hour and 40 minutes. This frame just coming up 32 minutes. Kowalski in the driving seat.
Well, the good news for Jamie Jones is that if he can keep his composure out there, there are some big targets on this table to get Kowalski in big trouble. but he's left this red. And he's fully committed to it and he's missed it, and now everything's in play. There's the thumbs up, thank you very much. The double kiss leaves the red over the corner pocket. So, as I say, can Jamie Jones find his composure now? Because all of a sudden, this table's gone from looking hellish to very inviting.
An emotional roller coaster, which is what Judgment Day is, but this frame has shown it, and well, it's not getting any easier. He's got the rest out quick, but he's not on this pink nice at all. He's almost sort of got the rest out as if that's where he played to leave the cue ball. Let's see if he knocks it in. Another big shot in this frame. Ah, brilliant. That's superb. Great recovery.
Yeah, and I just wonder if that little situation has just got the juices flowing for Jamie Jones here. Might just pump him up a little. For no reason really, but the adrenaline is certainly running high. The tensions are running high. Can he find a big clearance?
Well, he's had 4 frames really stolen from him, so this is a chance to at least return the favour in the last of the morning.
Well, the possible saviour for Kowalski is blue to pink. Should it get that far? That is not going to be easy. I mean, brown to blue is not going to be straightforward either. So he's looking for anywhere straightish on the green, and then it's the perfect angle required on the brown. Yeah, that's perfect. And now this is a key positional shot. Doesn't look much, but it was important to get that one right. Now, has he some sort of angle? Doesn't want to be dead straight. Anything but dead straight. Oh, and I think he has come up a little straight. So he's just going to be birdieing this blue and playing the pink from distance. Oh, is he? He's come round to have a look. Oh, he's played the guaranteed snooker. You can't blame him for that at this stage. That blue was missable. The fact he needed pink and black.
Well, it's been a closely fought morning on all 8 tables, and this an apt way to end with a closely fought frame in the last match. Jones just tapping the table. Appreciation of that one. So Kowalski needs blue and pink, and Jones needs all 3 colours to make it either 6-3 Kowalski or 5-4. And the way it's going, these players in all the matches tonight are going to have to be prized apart before we discover who's going to the Crucible.
Yeah, and these two aren't going to get much of a break. This frame alone is creeping close to the 40-minute mark now. So it's going to be just about an hour and a half before they're back out there under the lights. Oh no. Ooh, that cue ball was dangerously close there. I think for a minute Jamie's Heart would have been in his mouth. Well, the little cannon to the pink, that gives Jamie a chance now to pot this blue, and there's every reason he should take this on. The cue ball will go up and down the table. As long as he gets the pot, he's guaranteed a shot at the pink, and it'll be a nice angle to get on the black. Yeah, perfect. Didn't overhit that, didn't overplay it, took his medicine. It's going to be pink from distance, but it's a natural to come round 2 cushions for that black. So after a dramatic afternoon, can he find one good pot? But he's not going to be on the black. He's not going to be on this black. Anthony Kowalski's keen to get up and have a look, but goodness me, look at where he's landed. How do you fancy this one?
More drama on the last ball of the session. Remember, he's lost 3 black ball frames, Jamie Jones.
Well, I am surprised in the way that he played that pink. He's played it in such a way that it looked as if he was just taking the points, but surely the 2 cushions stunning round for the black was the shot there. Anyway, a black ball finish.
It's just a huge ball, isn't it, in the whole match? It would give Kowalski real breathing space if he could pot it. It keeps Jones right on his tail if he knocks it in.
Oh, he's had a little look at the 3 cushion in the middle pocket. Oh, he's played it nicely, going up for balk. He needs it to pull up. Well, this black is available. I think that was a half-hearted attempt at the pot from Anthony Kowalski. Jamie Jones keen to go round and look at the potting angle. But that was complete butchery. It really was. You never want to miss that thick. If you're going to miss it thin. Oh, there's so much tension out there, so much pressure.
I know you would think this was to get to the Crucible this frame, wouldn't you? But there's always something about the last frame of the session. Kowalski just getting the white clean, wiping his cue.
Yeah, and let's not forget what's on the line for this boy today. Huge day of snooker, and this is a huge shot in the context of this match.
Well, he's shaking his head as if this is a sitter, but I don't think you could call it that. Can Jamie Jones, though, finally knock it in and bring the session to a close with just 1 frame in it? Yes, he can, and there's the clenched fist from the Welshman. A dramatic frame, 42 minutes, and it's been won by Jamie Jones. Remember, he lost 3 on the black to Kowalski earlier, so yet another match perfectly set up for when they come back in about an hour and a half's time. Kowalski leading Jones 5-4. All the matches are close. It's been some morning. It's guaranteed to be some evening session as we go back to the studio to join Rob and Ken.
What a way for that to finish. What a way. And you just heard it there from Hendo, Ken. Yeah. You could have been forgiven there for thinking that was for the Crucible. And it was just for 5-4.
I know.
Unbelievably tight. So we've got 6 matches 5-4. One of the others, Gao Yang and Hussein Vafai, will go 5-4 because it's 4 apiece. And you've got Zhou Yulong up 6-3 on Michael Holt. I mean, it's going to be a late night.
It's going to be a late night, but great drama, great tension. And I've never known a Judgment Day so close. With so many matches. Normally you might get a 7-2 in there or a few 6-3s, but there you see, I mean, just incredible finishes to all the matches today, and more to come this evening. I think that there's going to be a lot. There could be a few 10-9s there tonight as well.
It almost deserves to be. Stan Moody weathered the early storm against Zhang Jun. He's recovering from tonsillitis. Dave Gilbert was 4-2 down against Aaron Hill and carved out a nice 5-4 when he looked a bit disconsolate. Noppon Sankam will absolutely feel like he's $1 million because Pullen was potting balls off the lampshade.
He was, and
to be within 1 is an incredible end to the set.
Yeah, great comeback from Noppon there to keep himself a good chance tonight. He'll be feeling good going out into that second session. Even Michael Holt, I mean, he was 4-0 down, came back to only within 3. It gives himself a little bit of a hope, but Zhou Yulong playing very, very well there.
And Hossein Vafai and Gao Yang not able to finish their 9 frames. Hossein digging himself out of a big hole there, all to play for. Gao Yang came as an amateur last year and came within a whisker of making his debut at the Crucible, only losing out 10-9 to Li Pei Fan, and he's got very, very close again. I think we're going to see multiple 10-9 thrillers. Now, Ken, you've been there, done it, and lifted the magnificent trophy over your shoulder. But you were waxing lyrical about some left-handed legendary play from Matthew Stevens after he withstood the Stuart Bingham comeback.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, there was one shot here he played left-hand. I think it was shot of the day for me. He's 61 behind. He's got himself into this position. Black is just, but look at this, left-handed. I mean, how brave was that shot? You know, and there's another shot coming up. Look at, here's another one on the yellow, bridging over. It didn't get up high enough for the yellow, but bridging over the blue, left-handed again. They were 2 of the best shots of this afternoon's play for me, and particularly when it was so important. You know, 61 behind, making a clearance, and to go on and stop the sort of comeback from Stuart Bingham. A great finale there for Matthew Stevens.
And it shows you, when it comes to the long frame format, he is brilliant, because it's not just the twice that he's been in the world final, 00 and then 05. He's a multiple semi-finalist as well. Yeah. He loves this tournament.
He loves the tournament. He loves the big tournaments, you know, because he's won the UK Championship, and of course I know all about when he won the Masters as well back in 2000. I know, but yeah, he's a big time player, and it's good to see him playing well. But he's also playing, you know, a former world champion, a big time player in himself, Stuart Bingham. So a tough, really tough match. It was always going to be tough. That it was the pick of the round for me, and it still is, and I think that's going to go right to the wire as well.
Well, the whole evening is going to go to the wire. Huge thanks to Stephen Hallworth and Dave Hendon. They're off for a break, but only about an hour and a half. Well, actually, an hour and 25 minutes. Ken and I will do the same. So how about this? We've got 5 4s in 6 of the matches. We've got 4 all in the 7th, and we've got Zhou Yulong 6-3 up on Michael Holt. We could and should get a whole host of final frame deciders. It's Judgment Day Part 1. And we're only halfway through. See you at 10 to 5. It's going to get very, very spicy tonight.
Asia's first ever champion of the world is absolutely tremendous.